Hey, everybody. Welcome. We are having a very, very, very special stream tonight because the Center for Political Innovation is ready to swing into action. We've got very, very big plans coming up. And we tonight are having a very special stream. We're calling it Ask Caleb Anything. You'll be able to ask anything you want. And all you have to do is join the stream. We do ask that everyone who comes on give a contribution, and I'll be getting into the details of that more. But to start out our very special stream tonight, we're going to bring on a very, very special guest. Jamarl Thomas has been a friend of the Center for Political Innovation for quite some time. And he has often, he's spoken at our events. He's promoted us on his YouTube channel. And so we're bringing him on to start off our very, very special night tonight. This is Jamarl Thomas, just a little intro video, and we'll bring on our special guest after we talk with Jamarl Thomas for a little bit. Then I'll be laying out some of the rules for how we proceed. But it's an open stream tonight. Anyone can come on. We're going to have various CPI members that come on throughout the evening. It's going to be really important. So first of all, here's a little intro video. Yes, we're really, really honored to have Jamarl here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamarl Thomas. Welcome, Jamarl. How you doing tonight?
Caleb, what the hell?
Hey.
What the hell? Okay, first I need to purge a lot of the content that's online right off the bat.
What's that?
Oh, what the hell? Thank you for that.
You're
Very
welcome.
Nice intro. I appreciate that.
Best I can do.
That's
yeah.
funny.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's not everybody who can take their glasses off in the middle of an interview and then have me slow down the footage so you epically take your glasses off, right? These are the important things. So there you go.
No, great man, thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Honestly,
sure.
I do. I really do.
Yeah.
And that is just really nice. That's very nice. But no, I appreciate joining you for this. Like we did to the event in DC. Again, privileged to come. And you and I may have different whether or not I think Trump is pliable, but that doesn't stop the righteousness and push for the perspective. Meaning, if in the back end, the point that you were making in this is possible. It's not something that's an impossibility. The world can be a better place.
Sure.
It just needs will and action to push in a particular direction. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to always succeed in doing so, but there is something good about the good, if that makes sense. So, no, man, if I can help, if I can get support, I want to be here to do it.
Sure. Well, hey, while you're here, the reason we started late was because of the fact that there was a U.S. airstrike against Iran. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. You're kind of frozen on my end, but we can hear your voice. But yeah, you seem a little bit frozen. Yeah. Yeah, we're having some connection difficulties. Yeah, you're a little bit delayed there.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, he's coming back.
Come on. Okay, let me kill all of these screens. It could be interference somewhere. this.
Probably Spectrum Cable, says Mr. Day in the Park.
This. Okay. How about now? Is this any better?
It's about the same.
Not so much. All right, hold on. All right, let me do this. Let me kill it. I'll come back, and hopefully that.
All right,
okay.
Cool.
I'll
Well,
be right
back. While you are coming back, I do want to let people know kind of what we're doing here tonight. So the link for tonight is open. Anyone can join. You're welcome to come on. We are asking that you do send a $10 super chat because we are trying to raise money for what CPI is up to. But if you give us a $10 super chat, or you want to send $10 via Buy Me a Coffee, we'll bring you on. You can ask anything you want. This is the link. I am dropping it in the chat right here, right now. That's the join the stream link. Anyone can join. And tonight we're doing some special things. We're doing some special activities. One of the things that we are doing is that we will be giving away to anyone who gives more than $50 to help us with our activities that we've got planned. We're going to give you a free copy of this book, Innovationism, a book of quotations. And we will mail it to you. All you need to do is, get in touch and provide us with an address. And if you send more than $50, we will give you this book as a courtesy. So we have that going for us. And on top of that, we've got some other activities we'll be letting you know about, some other prizes and rewards. But anyway, we're going to bring Jamarl back in. Jamarl, how's it going? Jamarl.
I'm hopefully much better. How about now?
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Better?
Yeah. So what do you think of this latest strike on Iran? Do you think the ceasefire is completely over?
Better. It's going down here. It's raining.
Yeah. You're not coming in, Jamarl. Yeah. It's just it looks like technical difficulties. So we'll have to catch you another time. But you're here in spirit. Yeah. You there, Jamarl? Can you hear us? Yeah. Yeah, it's too lag. Well, we'll catch you next time. Well, that was good. Jamarl is a good friend of ours, and hopefully things get worked out. We got breaking news happening with the USA attacking Iran. I was just on RT talking about it. I'm going to be back on RT in a second. We got a lot going on. But anyhow, so basically the way it works is we got an open stream here tonight. We got an open stream, and we'll let people come on and ask me anything they want. That's the way it'll roll. But we do ask that you send us a $10 super chat if possible, because that'll make our lives easier. We got a number of CPI members that'll be coming on tonight to kind of give us updates on different things. And we're just going to talk about our plans that we've got for this summer and what we're going to be doing. So it should be good. It should be great. So one thing I thought I would do is I would show you a video of what it is that we did last summer. Last summer, we had a great convention. We're going to do it again. And so I just want to show you the video of what we did last summer. A great 7-day program that we had, a great convention. Here's the video. Yep, that's us. We are the Center for Political Innovation, and we have got great, great plans coming up. And so, in just 1 second, we'll be bringing on Mike, who is one of our members, who's got a very, very special update. But before we do that, I do just want to put on the screen exactly what it is we're raising funds for, just so everyone's clear. So coming up, we have got a number of activities going on, and this is basically what we urgently need funds in order to do at the Center for Political Innovation. July 22nd, the Uhuru movement is having their appeal in federal court. We would like to be represented at that appeal, but in order to do that, we need to pay for travel for our members, and we also need to pay for the housing. And so we are raising funds for that. In addition to that, August 12th through 19th, we are having our national 7-day training program that is set to take place in Chicago, where our members from around the country will come into the area and be involved in all kinds of training activities in order to convene our national convention. And on August 14th, the day before our convention, we'll be having a France out of Africa rally to stand with the Union of Sahel States. And that's going to be really, really tremendous. And then August 15th, we're having our national convention. And this is what we really need to raise funds for more than anything. So I just wanted to let people be aware of that. Now, we do have a special gift that we're going to have. And so I thought there'd be no one better to talk about it than our Pacific Northwest Regional Captain, Mike McGinnis. Mike, how's it going?
Hey, Caleb, how's it going? Can you hear me?
It's good. It's a bit of a chaotic night.
Yeah.
I had to start late, and I'm going to have to pause this stream in a little bit and go back on RT. It's a little bit chaotic, but hey, the show must go on, as they say. But
I know. I was looking forward to seeing Jamal. I'm a big fan. That's too bad.
Yeah, well, he's in the chat. Jamal, do you want to just come in? How's it now? Can you see us?
I think we're good.
What's up,
I
Jamal?
mean, we can try it.
Okay, all right, we can do this.
Yes.
Three people for now.
What's going on, man?
Yeah.
Hey, man, you used to work in tech, so maybe you'll appreciate what we're about to talk about.
Yeah. So Mike, tell us about the special thing that you've put together.
Yeah, so I made a chatbot a couple years back just because I'm really interested in AI. I think there's a lot of potential applications for it. And I'm also obviously a big fan of Caleb's, and I watch his streams a lot, and he goes through so much stuff. It's like 3 or 4 hours. It's like three times a week or something. So there's so much stuff. So I thought there's this technique that you can use where you kind of supplement an AI chatbot with some extra data that you've got that it wasn't necessarily trained on. And so that's what I did with Caleb's streams. And I just took the transcript text from all his streams, and I made it so that you could basically chat with AI and it could have access to those streams. And so you could ask it about stuff that Caleb has said. You can kind of use it like a search engine if you want. You can see what he's talked about in the past. And so the AI will kind of take on the persona of Caleb, and it'll try to answer your questions given the stuff that Caleb has talked about. So I've shared this with a few people in CPI, and it's kind of fun to play with. It's of course not as good as talking to the real thing, but yeah, it's a cool tool. Yeah, because one of the things one of the reasons I made it is because like I like to talk about AI just to brainstorm and just to think about different things, but AI is just so trained on all the English language data, and it's just so full of propaganda. So it's like you can never have a real conversation, or if you do, it takes like 3 or 4 messages where you're wrestling back and forth with the AI trying to get it to acknowledge all this basic stuff. And so so that was one of the reasons why I initially just started it. Yeah. So that you don't have to wrestle so much with it. It already kind of knows all that background data. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
well, that's absolutely
that's very cool.
Yeah. What do you think, Jamal?
Well, I'm just gonna say that's very cool. I mean, it's like it's your own. There's an episode of Star Trek where a Voyager where the doctor has like this little mini programmable doctor that you can give to each person as a gift. It's kind of like that. It's like your own little miniature Caleb that people can take with them. That's very cool.
Yeah. So we are giving access to this chat bot to anyone who sends us over $75 for the activities planned in August. You can get access to this chat bot. You just have to give us an email address and we'll provide you with access. So that's kind of our second tier, right? You give us $50 and we will give you the Innovationism book. We'll have it shipped to you. You just got to give us an address. And then our second level is if you are willing to give more than $75, Mike will give you access to this. Now, I have 3 questions I'm giving to the CPI members who come on tonight. 3 questions I'm giving to them all. So I guess I'll hit you, Mike, with the 3 questions. Are you ready?
Yeah. You can talk to Jamal first if you want, but yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Mike. Tell us your name. Obviously, we know your name is Mike, and how you got involved with CPI and where you were politically before that.
Oh man. Well, actually, I've never been involved in a political organization before, so this is pretty new for me. I joined about a couple of years ago, and that was just because CPI had a conference in Portland, which is near where I live. So before that, I was just watching YouTube. That's one of the reasons why I have to thank CPI and Caleb, because before I was watching BreadTube and stuff like Kyle Kalinske and just garbage like that. So I've definitely learned a lot from Caleb's streams, and so yeah, I was always curious. Like after college, I was wondering, like, because I'm always into tech, and so I was always wondering, like, why is tech getting better and better, but it seems like people are getting poorer and poorer. It's like 100 years ago, people could afford a house, so our productivity has increased probably like 7 or 10 times since then. So shouldn't everyone be able to afford like 7 houses by now? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And so I was just kind of lost for a while, just wrestling with questions like that I'm sure a lot of people have. And so it was really CPI and Caleb that was the first person I saw that could really explain that, because you see a lot of people kind of mention it peripherally. I came across a lot of like futuristic authors who would talk about like, oh, automation is getting rid of a lot of jobs. And I remember there was this guy who used to be a publisher, and now he writes books about how automation is just taken off. And so you would see people talk about it peripherally like that, or just on the surface level, but you never got an explanation for why this is happening. And Caleb was the only person that I came across that could really give a coherent explanation for that. So that was the start of my journey. Yeah.
What do you think, Jamaro?
You mean how do I get into all of this?
Well, no, what's your reaction to what Mike said, or anything you want to share about yourself too?
Well, I think he's right. I mean, so there were several people who were my, I would say, who altered my workable point of view. Jack Fresco, part of the Venus Society, Richard Wolff. Like, it was kind of, as the guest put it, where you kind of look at the world and realize, okay, this don't seem right. This seems off. People are in pain, and especially from the standpoint of being ill as a kid, you got to pay for that. Like, or having a grandparent get sick and realize there are no provisions for that grandparent to get sick, or anything that happens in regards to assistance. It's very minor in comparison to the actual cost. Like, meaning the issue is cost. The issue, from my point of view, is pain. And there's let's say a shared heritage associated with the fact that we all have vulnerabilities that get exploited the older we get, or for that matter, as we go through life. No, trying to make sense. Agree.
All right. Well, very good. So now the next question I'm asking Mike is, what has it been like for you at CPI events? I know, Mike, you've been at our 7-day program and such. So what has it been like for you?
Yeah, at first I was a little bit nervous just because my background is in like math and science and tech stuff. And so I didn't know, like, I haven't read a lot of books. I've read a few, but yeah, I didn't know if I would know enough, or maybe I just wouldn't fit in because I'm not as knowledgeable as a lot of people. But But no, it was really great. It's really great to be around like-minded people, because usually I'm arguing with people about dumb stuff like whether we should have healthcare or not. So just being all together with people who are on the same page, and we already know a lot of stuff that it would take a while to get someone caught up to speed with that if they're not already at that level. And so I remember one day in particular when we had our Ibrahim Traore rally that you shown the video quite a few times, out by Chicago in Rockford. And yeah, that was just a great day. It was a nice sunny day. It was warm, and we went out to a busy spot. And yeah, I've never really been a part of actions like this. I mean, I did one for CPI around the Houthis a couple years ago, but I've never really been to a protest or anything like that. So I just remember being there with everyone, and everyone was in good spirits, and just a lot of positive energy, and there were cars honking and giving us positive feedback. And I remember Briggy and Gavin were running out giving cars books, and people were taking our books. And man, yeah, it was just a great experience, because I've never been a part of something like that before.
Excellent. Great. And Jamarl, you were at our event, our inauguration day event a couple years back. What was your impression?
It was fun. It was good. I mean, there was a lot of good energy. There's something to be said about being around people with similar minds of things. It was a lot of good energy. I don't know another way to describe it. I mean, mind you, it was freezing, right? It was DC. And yet everybody was in good spirits. Everybody was, speeches were on point. It was a good place. It was good. I personally enjoyed it. I'll say it that way. And by the way, anytime you invite me back, you'd have me there.
Anytime. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're welcome to come to Chicago if you want, for the convention, if you're able to travel. I don't know what your situation is, but if you want to come to Chicago for free. August 15th in Chicago, we're having our national convention. So if you would like to attend and speak, we would love to have you, Jamarl. I don't know if you're available for that or not, but that's what we're on here raising money for. So,
Okay.
Yeah. Please consider it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, okay. You're doing it. Okay. Great.
Well,
all right.
I'm doing it. I'll put it in my calendar as a mental note for it.
All right.
I mean, I'm not against it in the league. It's just getting to Chicago, I guess, is the issue. But no.
Yeah, right. Well, and that's why we're on here, because everything costs so much more right now, and we got to raise money. So the last question I have, and I guess I'll throw it to both of you, is what are your hopes for CPI in the future? So I'll throw it to Mike and then Jamarl. What are your hopes for CPI in the future?
Yeah, I think for my immediate hopes is just trying to reach more people, just getting out there and talking with more people in real life, because I feel like social media is really fake. I'm not even on social media at all. So I think it's really important to talk to people in real life, because you break through a lot of that propaganda by seeing the human person, and not just seeing text on a screen. And just that text on a screen, it might not even be from a human. So
right, exactly.
So I think that's my immediate goal, is just getting out there in Portland. If you're in Portland, Oregon, or Vancouver, Washington, I would love to see you out there and get a chance to talk to you. But yeah, in the future, I'm hoping we have enough people in each area that we can do more of these actions that we've done, and we can really we can kind of expand on the strategy that you've laid out, Caleb, is kind of noticing these differences in the ruling class and trying to maneuver within them in whatever way that we can. So I've just been learning a lot from your strategies on that, and I really had no idea about that stuff before I joined CPI. So I think that's something I'm always looking forward to.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mike. It's been great to have you at CPI activities. You're a reliable guy, and you're leading the Pacific Northwest. So thank you. Thank you. And Jamarl, what are your hopes for our organization? What do you hope to see in the future?
I think the strongest suit for your organization, and it's funny, weirdly enough, it's the biggest criticism, this idea of being able to reach out where it's not necessarily entirely ideologically bent, meaning it's the willingness to go to a location, shake the hands of somebody that may not necessarily be on your side politically, and make an argument to the person about why they share in common interests. That is a strength. I don't think that's weakness in the least. I do think it steps on political toes, but so what? The reality of it is the people that you're trying to make a pitch to is, people who are not necessarily already politically aligned with you, and to make that pitch in a way that makes sense from their own vested interests. No, I think that's the strongest part of your organization. And so the ability to be able to go out and do that, I want that to continue, obviously. And I want you not just to continue, but to expand. So,
well, thank you. Absolutely. And thank you, Jamarl, for coming on in light of technical difficulties and the chaos with me having to get on the air and all of that. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything. Jamarl's channel is great. Everyone should go subscribe. He has a morning show. If you want to listen to some good anti-imperialism when you wake up in the morning with very deep guests, go and subscribe to Jamarl Thomas' channel. What is the handle for the channel, Jamarl?
Oh, just Jamarl Thomas.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
All right.
Yeah, Jamarl, I'm a big fan. I even watch some of your chess streams sometimes. You're good.
Do you?
I'm glad you keep going, man. Even despite the setbacks that you've experienced, I think you're really inspirational to people, that you don't give up. And like you say, I can't just sit on the floor bleeding. I got to get up. So I think that's a really inspirational attitude that you have. I love watching your streams, man.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you to you both. We really appreciate having you on. So, thank you, Mike in Portland. Thank you, Jamarl, prominent YouTube anti-imperialist personality. We love you both. Dare to struggle, dare to win. We'll be in touch. We got people lined up behind you to get on. This stream is growing like hotcakes. So, all right. Talk to you all soon. All right. Okay. So now we've got Ian. Welcome, Ian. How are you? I can hear you.
Awesome. How are you?
I am good. So I guess you're coming on to ask me anything. Did you send a donation? Did you shoot us like $10?
Yeah. I'm gonna help out a lot with that.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that before or after?
Up to you. No pressure. Do it either way. Yeah. But just wanted to make sure, because we are trying to raise money on the stream. But thank you.
Yeah. So one of the stories that I want to share, I was trying to explain it to my cousin yesterday. It was his birthday, but I was born in LA, but I went to middle school and high school in a Caribbean country. Not gonna say which one for privacy, but my classmates in high school, they were like from Jamaican families, from Haitian families, and one of the big cultural differences there is that people in the global South, they're really into development and technology. When I moved back to the U.S., one thing, I was like really interested in like Soviet engineering, Soviet aerospace. There's this whole thing in the aviation aerospace community where it's like everyone knows that the Soviet Union had massive achievements, massive innovation with aircraft like the MiG-21 and Sukhoi 27, but because of like the political, like social pressure, like everyone's scared to say it, and I think you could admit to that as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, there's this myth that no one ever invented anything in the Soviet Union. You need the free market. That's just complete bull honky, right? And the Soviet Union has had big achievements, and that socialism is about development, right? It's about economic opportunity, et cetera.
So I came back to the U.S. and when I went to college, I was like, I started telling people about technology, about like nuclear energy and the achievements of the Soviet Union. And my friends in high school, they thought that stuff was cool. But when I went to the U.S., I thought I would find like, you've told this story on the stream too, where you thought you would love college, but it's like a totally different experience than what it is like now.
Indeed. You are absolutely right. That was definitely my experience. And that it's just, we live in a society that doesn't seem to value people doing their own research, people being excited about innovation. We we have a big problem. And you are absolutely right. And that experience that you've had, that I've had, of, just being so frustrated. How do people not want to know? It's not that people don't know, it's they don't want to know, right? The lack of intellectual curiosity that I see so widespread. It's a really big problem. Information is so easily accessible now, but yet people don't take it.
Well, it's like another thing. It's like, because their whole idea is that human development is static, that, human, like, kind of this Malthusian anthropic worldview that views like development as kind of a static thing. But if that was true, we'd still be living in caves right now. So like I've always gotten that. I think some people always know about it, but I just don't get it. Sometimes I just don't get it.
Yeah, how they've brainwashed us to oppose the human race. Well, Ian, it is a pleasure to absolutely have you on here. Before I go, I just want to ask you, what is your biggest hope for CPI? What do you want us to do in the future?
My biggest hope is that we could kind of go past the American people. We could kind of go past our biases against Russia and China and realize a lot of the stuff we aspire to, like kindness, like innovation, they have in abundance. And they are our natural allies because they believe in optimism and creativity, and I really love that about them. And I love that about the American people too, but we just got to bring that out. The other thing I would say, this is going to be quick. The other thing I'd say, I hope we can move past this zero-sum mentality,
Yes.
and just create a more cooperative vibe.
Very good. Ian, you have the CPI understanding. You have the CPI mindset. You are a true innovationist. And so it's so great for you to join us. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch. And thank you for your generous support of CPI. We appreciate you. Give my best to everyone out there in California. All my best. And thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. That was Ian. He's a really good friend of ours. So next, we're going to bring on Tim. And I see Paul is waiting behind him. But we'll see how things go in terms of time. I'm going to have to take a little break here right before the top of the hour and a little bit after the top of the hour. That's just how these things go. You never know when you work in news what might happen. But we're going to bring Tim on, our member in Los Angeles. Tim, how's it going?
Hi, pleasure. Hi, Caleb. It's a pleasure being on the show.
Yeah. How you been?
I'm doing well. So basically what I came
very
here
important Cuba solidarity. You were out at the World Cup recently. You had a great article about the World Cup demonstration that you did. That was really, really great. So what were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. So for many years before I was even a CPI member, I was doing work for Cuba because basically the case was made to me. This is earlier in my political development. I'll get into it later, but I was already involved with pro-Cuba efforts on the basis that an activist friend told me, he stressed the evils of the blockade and how these people were suffering, how their problems were basically caused by US imperialism. And the effects of sanctions, they're not just directly from one nation to another. It's almost like a higher order side effect where it's like the Santander Bank, for example, I believe a Spanish bank, it tried to extend a loan to Cuba and it was unable to do so, or it was able to do so, but then it got fined, I think, billions of euros for making that loan. So the significance of this is that Russia and China, so Cuba has been very friendly with all the anti-imperialist powers, or they're neutral. They're friendly with everyone, even people that don't like them now. But they've been especially friendly with Russia, China, Vietnam, Laos, all the others. Vietnam gives them gifts of rice every year. I think China does too. And lately, Russia's brought them oil, but they don't want to antagonize the United States. So that leads into the aspects about solar in Cuba, in that China donated solar panels to Cuba. And this is really efficient for them because right now with whatever's happening in Venezuela, Maduro is kidnapped and in a New York prison cell for
Yeah.
crimes he didn't commit. But the point is that that was one of their big trading partners, because Venezuela was sending them a lot of oil, and that was really taking care of their energy concerns. But now they can't get that because the blockade is so
Absolutely.
powerful.
Yeah, I want to just answer a couple people's questions in the chat. Eric says, can I go on the stream? Yes, you can. You need to send us a contribution, and then you just log in, and we will get to you when we get to you. But yeah, you just, the link is up there. Turn on your webcam, send us a contribution of some kind. You can either do it at the donate/CPI, or you can do a super chat. You can do a buy me a coffee, but send us some kind of contribution and we'll bring you on. You can ask me anything you want. $10 minimum, I think, is what we're asking. And then John said, are you going to play video during the break? And the answer is yes. So I do have some video I can play while I'm away, and we'll have the link on here and people can just line up. We're going to be on here for a good 4 hours tonight. And because of the interruptions, we may actually end up going longer, which is absolutely fine. So we'll do that. So yeah, just before the top of the hour and a little bit after the top of the hour, I'm going to have to be off, but we'll have video playing during that time, and the stream will continue to roll. So we've got that. So Tim, while you're here, I want to ask you the 3 questions I'm asking CPI members who come on. First of all, your name is Tim, but how did you get involved with CPI, and where did you come from politically before that?
Thank you. It's a great question. I've had a long political journey in about 10 years because, so around for example, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I was kind of mobilized by Bernie Sanders in 2015. When he first announced he was running, I was like, oh yeah, universal healthcare. It makes total sense. I just got into all this medical debt. This would make total sense.
Yeah, that's a common story among our members. No reason to be embarrassed about that at all. Many of our members, that was when they first got mobilized. So continue. Go ahead, Tim. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I was like his #1 fan. I volunteered for him a little bit in 2016. And after 2016, I was getting really involved in local caucuses and local work. I'd go to city council meetings. I ran into Black Lives Matter there. I did some work with them. I did some environmentalist work. And I think my understanding of environmentalism is more nuanced now, in line with CPI's view. But either way, that's how I ran into this activist. He was a socialist, and he supported Cuba really very strongly. And he made an anti-imperialist defense, actually, of Russia and China at the time. And so I was really impressed by him. And so then time goes on, and then all of a sudden the 2020 election's happening, and I'm getting really involved with the Bernie campaign. And then at the time, my girlfriend and we decided to run for delegates for him. And then because it's a caucus, it's easy to win caucuses if you plan it right. So we got in a caucus, and our whole slate won, and we all became delegates. But my experience as a delegate was I found out how rotten the Democratic Party is. I mean, even social democratic, like welfare state stuff, they don't even want that. I mean, and now there's a whole bunch of issues with social democracy, which by that time, I think I was already kind of a socialist, because I was being exposed to a lot of YouTubers like Richard Wolff. And then I was getting frustrated with the KPFK. That's a Pacifica radio program for those of you on the East Coast, like WBAI. On Pacifica radio in Berkeley and LA. And there was this program where they would sound very radical, but then they would suddenly bash Venezuela. And I couldn't figure out, like, why are they bashing Venezuela? Like, I just read this book, Shock Doctrine, and it actually defends, it says that the Soviet Union was good and China was good. And I mean, there's a lot of issues I have with Naomi Klein's positions now, especially about the Solidarity Party in Poland, but she kind of led me in the right track. And then I noticed in her references, it was Michael Parenti. So then I read Black Shirts and Reds, and then I was totally convinced, like, yeah, this is the right way to go. Not only does this have the content of defending actual existing socialism, especially the Soviet Union, and also being pro-Stalin, but one thing I noticed among activists at the time, and I was looking through different socialist groups, is that they didn't have a stance in line with Michael Parenti's proletarian patriotism. So they were very unpatriotic. Yeah. And I was really wary of the behavior and culture of activists, where they were just trying to be offensive and counterculture behavior. And so as soon as I discovered this idea of proletarian patriotism, I was like, oh yeah, this is the way to go. This is much better. I mean, look, I understand this whole rah-rah for war in Iraq. That's awful. But that's not what this is about. And then when I discovered Caleb, in contrast to other socialists like Hakim or Luna Oy, he was pro-America, but he championed good things about America, like people that fought for the 40-hour work week and anarchists that died fighting for protecting coal miners' rights and just, basic rights and things that were fought in the United States, things like in Haymarket and all these other events. So there is a proud history of socialism to some extent, like the Black Panthers and all kinds of different movements. So I think there is a lot to be proud of. And I think that's what brought me to CPI, is that these other socialist groups are just so hostile to the people. And I feel like CPI is way more clued in. It's not big in left versus right kind of stuff. And I think it's just better.
Great. Well, we got 2 more questions. What has it been like for you at CPI events?
It's been great because in LA, we have the luxury. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier about not having chapters in every that are big enough to organize with a lot of people. But we're lucky enough to have Dan and Ishmael, and they're super active. So the 3 of us could be really active, and then different people. There's a lot of other people on our chapter that get active too. So we can have like 5-6 people at an event if we really need to get people out. And I mean, yeah, we're small now, but we could get bigger and bigger. And I think just having the 3 core people and having a good leader like Dan, it's really critical to just get people to go out to events every single week.
Yeah, we have a great video message from Dan. He's traveling today, so he can't be on, but he's recorded a great video message I'll be showing later in the stream. And also, we have a pretty big plan for coming out of August for expanding the organization. And so I guess that brings me to the last question, which is, what are your hopes for CPI?
My hopes for CPI is I want to reach more people that are kind of potentially proletarianized. Well, I don't want to use such a radical term, but basically at the Palestine and Cuba events, or actually I've been doing a lot of events for Cuba and for Palestine and different stuff. And I noticed that at the Palestine events, there's a growing contingent of right-wingers and libertarians. So they're not liberals, they're not leftists, but these people are also committed to supporting Palestine. And I noticed that they're starting to think like anti-imperialists too. So I would like to just educate the masses on anti-imperialism and just see if I can kind of steer their revolutionary consciousness to something more than what the PMCs and the Bernie Sanders campaign were doing.
All right. Well, thank you, Tim. It was a pleasure to have you on. You guys are doing great work out in LA. And I guess I'll probably, for the next 4 minutes, I can bring on Paul. Paul, how's it going? Oh, you're muted, Paul. Oh,
it's going well. It's going well. It's going well.
How you been?
Yeah. I've been good. Just came back from a music workshop yesterday for a group I'm in called Western Wind. So if I'm a little subdued, it's from that.
It's okay. Well, this stream is called Ask Me Anything. So what do you want to ask me, Paul?
I guess it might have been more in line to what I caught in the tail end what Ian was saying, the 2 guests prior before, is that I come from a music background, and especially where the people I'm around with, a lot of them, they are from the LGBTQ community, and I want them, and maybe it's probably the way I'm not wording it right, but it's just like, I just want them to try to get them to try to understand things from a more broader perspective than their niche bubble point per se. Because especially in one of them, I don't know if you saw the post, is when Candace had her trip from Russia, and she made the post that we've been lied to by a lot of things from Western media. And then one of my colleagues who started church I sing at, he is so pro-Ukraine, anti-anything Putin, even when I laid out the fact that there are a band of right Nazis in Ukraine in the government that have done all these things. It just didn't matter. And he said, if you were going to do that, we have to have some issues. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, if this escalates any further, me ask you, do you know why you have this viewpoint about Ukraine? Do you know why?
Yeah, well, I guess my answer to that will be multifold. First of all, part of the reason we formed CPI is because, our position is we don't interfere in people's personal lives, right? If people are gay, that's their business. If people are trans, that's their business. We're not going to make that what the group is about, but it's not we just don't judge, and that that on the one hand, the left, it became like a demand that you go all in and, you fight over the bathrooms and you fight over the women's sports. We weren't going to do that. On the other hand, though, at the same time, everyone's welcome. We have LGBT members who are very proud of who they are, and that's their business. We don't interfere with that. And it seems like, for a long time, there was the one extreme on the left, which was, you had to go all in. And then out of nowhere came a group of people that were kind of doing the opposite and using slurs and all that. We don't do that either, right? Our line is that, we are focused on building a broad coalition to end the wars and rebuild America and have a government that invests in communities. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that, my political background, I was in the Workers' World Party for many years. And one of their most famous members was a woman named Leslie Feinberg. And Leslie Feinberg was biologically a woman, but she appeared as a man. And she's considered to be the first transgender activist in American history. She wrote Stone Butch Blues and Transgender Warrior. And she was only politically active for like the first 2 years that I was active. But what she was doing during those years, she was this famous transgender person, but all she did was go around to colleges and they would invite her to speak as a trans person. And she would get up and she would say, if you support trans people, you've got to support Iran. If you support trans people, you've got to support North Korea. And she was horrified at how the LGBT movement that she had joined as an anti-imperialist, right? That she was a young person waving the Vietnamese flag and all that had been hijacked by imperialism. And she talked about the pink washing of imperialism, and that became her obsession, right? And so, and that was, in her final years, and she wrote articles defending Iran. She wrote articles defending, and she went to Palestine and spoke to Palestinian resistance groups as a Jewish American lesbian transgender person. I mean, she was all about that. And she, as somebody who was considered kind of a founder of the LGBT movement, she could see that, especially like since the 90s, it had become hijacked, right? And that was her feeling. So, I mean, she may disagree with various things that I do now. I mean, she's passed on, but that is one thing I saw, is that even then people were starting to wake up that issue is being used, right? And right. that it's one thing to say people have the right to be who they are, but it's another thing to when the U.S. government is funding people to go to a country and destabilize it, and that's a very, very different thing. And I think we need to make that differentiation. What do you think, Paul?
I completely agree, because it's not even just like however you are. Again, take it from me. Oh, I got people in my family they're not ready for a black woman. Like, that's not the point. That's just not the point. You cannot excuse we're not ready for this, and yet you commit horrifying acts using this as a shield. You can't do that.
Yeah, well, listen, Paul, I have to cut it off here because I'm going to have to get off the stream here. But thank you for everything you've done. You're a beloved member of this organization. I'm looking forward to spending time with you in Chicago.
Yes.
All right, everybody. So I am going to bring on, I'm just going to put on some video while I'm away. And I will have the link in the chat. Anyone can join. This is an Ask Caleb Anything stream. So we're just going to put on some video here. I will be back within 10 to 12 minutes probably. So yeah, while I'm away, think of good questions to ask me. I'll be back. Thanks.
Massive ego you should be reporting on doesn't belong to Chris Smalls, says Darcy. Yeah, good call on that one. So we've got a couple of friends of ours weighed in on this. First is Caleb Maupin from the Center for Political Innovation. So let's take a look.
Talk about what's going on right now and the way that Jacobin and all the woke AOC liberals are going after Chris Smalls right now, because it is bullshit, and I'll tell you why. They're all saying things like, oh, what has Chris Smalls ever done? He started a union campaign at Amazon, and he got famous for doing it, and they didn't actually get a union, so who does he think he is? What has he ever done? Well, you could say that about so many of the voices now. What did AOC ever do before she got elected to Congress? She was nobody. She just came out of nowhere, and they picked her, and suddenly she was the voice of progressive young people, and she was elected in Congress, and she was a superstar. I met AOC right before she won the primary, before she was even called AOC, and she was nobody. And you can say the same about a lot of these folks, I mean, what did Hassan Piker ever do, right? He just happened to be related to Cenk Uygur, right? What did Vosh ever do? What did ContraPoints ever do, right? There is a lot of picking random people and making them famous internet voices that have an opinion. Here's what's different about Chris Smalls. All of those people that they made internet famous and made big voices, they had an arrangement with them that they got to be famous, and then once they became famous, they followed the script. They said vote for the Democrats, even though the Democrats are supporting Israel and its crimes, even though the Democrats have betrayed the working class. All of these people who they made this arrangement with, and Jacobin and Democratic Socialists of America and George Soros made famous, all of them followed the script. What's different is that Chris Smalls, he's one of these people that they made famous. They decided to make him famous, and he is now sticking up for the truth. He is refusing to follow their script, and he's calling out AOC for her support of Israel. He's calling out the Democrat Party for their wars, etc. He's one of these people that they tried to make famous for their own reasons, and he had the courage not to follow their rules. And that is why I absolutely admire him, and that is why the hate campaign against him by the very same people who made him famous is bullshit.
Yeah, he's right. He's
Well
right.
done,
I mean,
Caleb.
The DSA are total star fuckers, and hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with being a star fucker as long as you stick to your principles. You know, past a certain point. In other words, as the article mentioned, hey, you know what? Making a celebrity of yourself, if you do that in service of spreading the word about union activism, then that's great. However, there's a catch with the DSA, which is you can't advocate outside the two-party system. You have to commit to this inside the Democratic Party strategy. And if you become too radicalized in your dissent against that dynamic, then you're no longer someone who's of use to us. And at that point, the celebrity that we helped you build, and Jacobin played, you know, a small part in that, but not an insignificant part in that. They definitely gassed him up at the time. Then at that point, that celebrity is no longer of use.
Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844, and this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter, and it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person. And he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong. And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, And they're like, all right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling out the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change, and if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could, start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies and that there were other countries that could attack them, and that the way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood. And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. This is a wild, wild night with lots of developments happening in the world, breaking news about U.S. strikes against Iran and all kinds of activities happening, but the show must go on. We are committed to being on here for our very, very special Ask Us Anything stream. Now, the way this works is that we have an open link right now. You can join our stream. The link is open. I'll just share the link one more time. You're welcome to come on. We do ask that you throw us some kind of contribution. If possible, if you could throw us $10 to join the stream, that would be great. But you can ask me anything, literally anything. We're on here to ask questions tonight because the Center for Political Innovation has got some very, very, very big plans. Very, very big plans indeed. We are looking to carry out our summer activities. So please join the stream. The link is in the chat, and it looks like one of our members, Gavin, is ready to come on. I just want to quickly remind people that if you give more than $50, we will send you this innovationism quote book. It is yours. Just send us an address and we will have it shipped to you. In addition to that, if you give more than $75, we will then give you access to the Caleb chatbot. Now, we do have another set of prizes that folks should be aware of, but we'll be sharing about that later. But I guess next we'll be bringing on Gavin, one of our members. Gavin's a longtime member in Illinois. I have known Gavin since before CPI even started, since we were the Students and Youth for a New America clubs. Gavin, how's it going?
Hey, great to see you, Caleb.
How's it been?
Things have been good. You know, it's summertime, and you know, I was just distributing some of those Korea flower booklets recently, and I think that, you know, I have optimistic views. Yeah, that one exactly. I have optimistic views about CPI and peace. You know, I'm using the word peace a lot these days. It's a really simple way to describe what I believe and what we all believe in CPI.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Gavin, I guess I'll just let you tell, how did you get involved with CPI, and what were you politically doing before that?
My background is as a center-left, so-called progressive, and those are some of the hardest people to reach, and you know, statistically. And I say that because we keep track in CPI, because it's kind of like you sometimes say on these streams, where like people who had been given a one-sided, ultra-patriotic narrative, where America was almost like perfect and unquestionable. All you had to do was show them, here's the New York Times admitting that, you know, the U.S. government did this horrible thing, this torture or whatever, right? And that, you know, people would change their mind and have a more pro-peace outlook. But people that are center-left, progressive, or as we call them in America, liberal, they kind of feel that they've already climbed the mountain of truth, because so many of them are former conservatives, or, you know, maybe they're more secular, and so they feel that they are too smart for, you know, quote unquote religious indoctrination or whatever. And but the thing that the biggest, there are many different factors, and reading things and stumbling upon information. I think we're all very lucky for having happened upon certain information. But the biggest thing for me was when the USA and NATO's horrible bombing campaign against Libyan civilians was raging. I found online one of the few voices opposed to it, or certainly one of the few white American voices opposed to it, and that was Caleb Maupin. And there was this great article, and, you know, I remember in 2013, I think it was, on on a computer in the Bettendorf Public Library, I think you accepted my Facebook request. You know, this is back in the days when people still used Facebook. Do people still use it? I'm off it now because it was too much of a distraction. But yeah, you know, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I know you have your questions and stuff.
Well, hey, I just want to give an update, just so people know. I don't know if the person who sent the contribution wants to be named or not. Someone just sent CPI $1,000. We just raised our first $1,000 tonight. That was unexpected, and I don't want to violate the person's privacy. He or she may want me to announce their name, but I won't unless they confirm they won't, because I want to respect people's privacy. So, you know, that is a huge breakthrough, right? Because I guess, well, before we get to the rest of the questions, Gavin, I just want to let the viewers know what it is we're raising money for. People might be saying, well, Caleb, what do you need all this money for? Well, we at this point, we have rented a hall where we are having the convention on November or August 14th or 15th and 16th. We are having a demonstration, France out of Africa, on August 14th. We have an Airbnb where our members will be staying for the entire 7-day program. And we're doing a revolutionary road trip because it costs too much to fly. All of our members from New York City, we're driving. We're renting a 15-passenger van, and we're driving from New York City to Chicago because it's too expensive to fly. And so we've got to rent that 15-passenger van. We've got to fill it up with people. And you mentioned the pamphlet, right? Well, if we are driving from Chicago to from New York City to Chicago and then back, we've got to get these out at every rest stop. You know what I mean? We got to get these out at every single rest stop. So we got to get the message out. So, you know, $1,000 is a great contribution. It's a great start. We appreciate it. It's a great way to start the night. I totally didn't see it coming. Woo, $1,000 is in the bank, but we got to keep going, right? We got to keep the momentum going. And thank you to that person. I will be sending that person an autographed copy of my new book, Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. I'll also be sending them the new book of quotations. They're going to get access to the chat bot. So I just wanted everyone to see that. That was the first contribution of the night, the first big contribution of the night that came in. We just received our first $1,000. And that shows you somebody was so excited about what we're doing here at CPI, they sent $1,000 in. So why don't you react to that, Gavin, and then we'll get to the other two questions.
Yeah, and Caleb can personalize the message on your autographed book. But yeah, we thank you. We love you, sir and/or madam. I mean, that is an amazing thing that's going to help us go quite far. Because people really want peace. The American people are not a bloodthirsty people. We really do want peace, but we've been so brainwashed by as Kay Reno says, may we defeat the egregious deceitfulness of the TV. And I think that that's the hurdle we're getting over. All of this, nonsense coming out of here.
Amen.
That's what they want us glued to. They want no barrier between us and this propaganda device with its addictive casino-like colors and its constant, everyone's the new Hitler and things like that. And so,
right.
But we want friendship and international peace, and there's so much obviously that can be said on this.
Absolutely. So I guess my next question is, what has it been like for you at CPI events?
When I go there, it's, I just get this overwhelming feeling of relaxing, because it's like, this is my people, it's like, I don't have to worry about, like, I don't know. It's like, it's not a constant fight to explain, the military industrial complex or whatever it is.
Yes, right. Being in this society where so many people are just inculcated with the lies about Russia, about China, about our living standards and all of this, and to be around people who get it, right? And to be working with those people who get it to spread the word, that is a good feeling. I'm actually going to show here in a second the video. You were with us the day we went to the jail where Maduro was being held. Do you want to talk about what that was like in January to be with CPI outside the jail where Maduro was being held? What were your feelings on that day?
Yeah, it's it's still disturbing how it seems like in the USA nobody cares about this issue. It's one of the most important issues in the entire world right now, is how the USA, or the US forces, illegally kidnapped President Maduro of Venezuela and are holding him without charge, or without a real charge. I mean, it's a false charge. And and his wife, Dr. Celia Flores, in this place for common criminals in Brooklyn. And so we went out and we got the bullhorn, and Mike spoke in Spanish, and all these, you and Gabby and Penny and Patrick, Briggy, I'm sorry if I'm leaving anyone out, Dan, there were a decent number of people there. It was a small group of us, but but the point is, though, is that a lot needs to be done on this, because Venezuela has made people's lives better and happier and feel more secure and better food. And they've lifted so many people out of poverty, out of illiteracy, out of darkness. But the West that has the imperial West that has a scarcity mindset and sees that as competition, wants to plunge Venezuela back into the cold and dark. And we cannot let that happen. We as Americans have a lot more power than we think, even though our country is not really a democracy. There is a lot of ways we can influence the people here and even the government. And we need to not let that happen, because the Bolivarian Revolution, which has done so many good things, the Bolivarian Revolution is still savable. But, Maduro needs to be released. I hope that the Venezuelan government is doing a great job over there. I don't know the details, but I believe that in the left we have, well, you and I come from the left. I don't know if we use that term about ourselves anymore, but the left has overcorrected about so-called cults of personality and honoring individuals. But the enemy gets it. Imperialism gets it. They know that honoring individuals is a really important thing that can help them be defeated, help the imperialists be defeated. Right. And the imperialists know that they need to take out the head, as it were, President Maduro, if they want to defeat the Bolivarian Revolution. And so for him to be freed is just not only a matter of basic human rights, but also really important for saving the Bolivarian Revolution, for peace around the world. I mean, it's a country it's a government that stood with Palestine and has had all the pro-peace, anti-imperialist causes out there. It's a country that has supported Operation Z in Russia, which many Americans are confused about, but I still believe is a fight against fascism and Western imperialism.
All right. Well, I got a couple more questions for Gavin afterwards, but here's the video of that epic day back in January where we hit the streets and we went to the jail where Maduro was being held. Here we go. All right, guys, get out. This will be our corner. The federal facility where Maduro is being held is right over there.
Free Maduro! Free Maduro! No more bombs! No more bombs! No more bombs!
No more bombs!
Maduro! Free Maduro! Tax dollars need to be sent in the USA, not in another country. Stop wasting our tax dollars to a country that has nothing to do with us. We don't want to deal with this.
And as a result, the international bankers and Wall Street and the imperialists have kidnapped him. And he is now inside this facility. This is absolutely unacceptable. He should be in Venezuela leading his people. And America and Venezuela shouldn't be fighting. They should be friends. We should have trade, international friendship. Maduro is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big corporations and banks that have been destroying the lives of American working families and getting us into war after war after war. These wars don't do anything for the American people. They benefit international bankers and Wall Street, but they do not benefit the American people. We need, in this country, a leader like Maduro that'll stand up to the international bankers, stand up to Wall Street. That's what we need. Free Maduro and learn from Maduro as a great example of an anti-colonial fighter. That's what we need to do. We are the Center for Political Innovation, and we're out here to say free Maduro, peace and trade with Venezuela, no new wars, no police state, hands off Venezuela, free Maduro. That's what we're out here to say.
Maduro is not our enemy.
Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. We are here because there are multiple wars going on right now. We're tired of Ukraine intervention. We're tired of the genocide, killing innocent children in Palestine. It makes us cry at night. It makes us angry. We need to realize what if that was your own children? What if that was your own family? It's the same thing with Venezuela. It's going to be Iran next. All this money in life.
The Metropolitan Detention Center, where the hope of Latin America is being locked up right now. And let's make no bones about why Nicolas Maduro has been locked up. They tell us in American media, oh, Nicolas Maduro is a drug dealer. We know who the real drug dealers are in America. That's right. We know it was the pharmaceutical companies who pushed opioids on American citizens.
There's a homeless crisis in our country. There's so much going on in the USA, yet we're like looking at Venezuela. What does that have to do with us? Tell me. Nothing. He had to do America first. Trump is not doing America first. He promised that.
That's
right. Is he doing that?
No.
He's not doing that. He's doing America last.
That's right.
He's not doing America first. Like he promised, right?
The reality is that Venezuela has helped its own people. The Venezuelan government has lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it's also helped the American people. When Americans in New York were cold, Venezuela provided heating oil for free to us Americans. Well, how do our authorities repay him?
It was Marco Rubio and his family who were pushing drugs in the United States. It was the cartels that the U.S. government and the CIA pays to sell drugs in America. Those are the real drug dealers. It's not Nicolas Maduro. The reason why they're going after Nicolas Maduro is because he brought jobs to Venezuela. He brought development to Venezuela. He brought education to Venezuela.
Frente a la prisión imperial donde está detenida y encarcelado el presidente de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Nosotros aquí vamos a pronunciar una oración por la libertad del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Padre Celestial, por favor, cuida la integridad física del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de su esposa, la doctora Silvia Flores. El pueblo de Estados Unidos apoya tu libertad. Nosotros estamos en solidaridad con el pueblo bolivariano de Venezuela. Nosotros nos oponemos a los dictados imperiales.
If I can't have it, no one can. No, everybody can have natural resources and oil. Everybody can have a prosperous future. That's what we are trying to stand for here in the Center for Political Innovation. And that's what they don't want you to hear. They don't want you to win. They want you to be stuck, pessimistic, and hopeless. Yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
To the CIA that have been smuggling drugs into this country for years, Nicolas Maduro is the leader of Venezuela, and he has led his people to try and be independent, stand up for justice. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are out here to say free Maduro, and lock up the bankers, lock up Wall Street, and free Maduro, 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 free Maduro.
¡Libertad para Maduro! ¡Free Maduro now! ¡Free Maduro now!
We are here to stand with the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was taken unlawfully from his home, from his country, from his people. How is this a thing? How are we now kidnapping leaders of countries? Is this something we want to be known for in America? No. He knows we're in Ukraine and we're genociding children and women and people in Palestine, and we're not doing anything to stop it. Well, if it just starts with a few of us, then it starts with a few of us. And Nicholas, if you and your wife can hear us, we love you, and we are here from all around the United States because we support you, brother. You need to be out here now. This is inexcusable for the United States government. I am not happy with my government. I love the American people. I love what this country is about. But our government is a huge, huge disappointment. To many of us that have had to live our entire lives either poor or lower middle class, well, a handful of people have everything they want every single second of every day. It's not necessary. There's abundance for everyone, but we have to let it happen. God bless you, Maduro. We love you. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
Yep, that's us. So, Gavin, we got two people right behind you. So I'll ask these questions quickly. But first of all, what were your memories of that day having watched that video? What came back to you in your mind?
You know, yeah, I honestly forgot about how well everybody spoke, and you know, not as the passive aggressive thing, but it just they nailed it. You know what I mean? And I love how Mike just, you know, he made an impromptu prayer in Spanish that just sounded so good, and Penny said all this good, true stuff, and you know, Gabby and all these people were really, I mean, some of them, it really seemed like they were filled with the Holy Spirit that day. And I just feel like there's so much we need to build a mass movement, not a fake movement that's just doing whatever the Democrats are doing, but in a more obnoxious way, but an actual pressure campaign for freedom. And I'm so proud of everybody there. I was moved by what Dan was saying, and yeah, amen to all that.
Okay, great. By the way, Edward, who was next in line, he just seems to have left the studio. If you come back, Edward, we'll have you on. You're in line. But I want to say what I remembered about that day, just kind of a funny thing, was that in this shot here, you'll see while Noah was speaking, I had my shirt. The shirt was the sign was over my head, and my stomach was sticking out. And nobody told me. No one told me that my stomach was sticking out, that my belly was in the, visible when I had the sign over my head. I just thought that was really, really funny and ironic, right?
Might need to have Peter to animate something to cover that up, right?
Right, yeah, maybe get some AI to make it go over my belly there. I just thought that was so funny. I was holding the sign over my head and my sweater hiked up, and I didn't notice, and nobody else noticed, and so there I was with my fat stomach sticking out there. I thought that was pretty funny. So the last question is, what are your hopes for CPI? And I guess unless Edward comes back, then the next guest is Briggy, so that'll be pretty cool. But so go ahead, Gavin. What are your hopes for CPI?
Well, there are a lot of unknowns, but I think our strength in CPI is that we are able to. I mean, we're not going to ever change our peace principles and our anti-imperialist principles, but we're able to change with the times in terms of tactics. As Lenin famously said, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And I think in CPI, I'm definitely not claiming we've reached the majority yet or anything like that, but the potential is there because we are always experimenting, trying new things. You saw us going out on the streets. You saw people, handing out leaflets, speaking into a bullhorn, calling into radio programs, whatever it is that CPI members are doing. John McCarthy and Noah and people Penny, of course, has interrupted politicians. That's going to be super important to stop a nuclear holocaust and a new world war. So the potential is there, and we need to just keep moving and progressing and figuring things out.
Yeah, well, let me say, this summer, the educational workshop, the 7-day program, you were there this last year, and you're going to be there this year. This time, we are getting 3 things down. First thing that we're getting down is postering. We are going to learn the art of postering and getting CPI's message out there publicly on the streets, get around the algorithm by actually doing postering. 2, we're going to learn interventions and how to intervene at events, because coming into the midterms, we're going to be able to intervene at these events with these Democrats and these Republicans. That's going to be awesome. We're going to be training to do that. And 3rd, we're going to learn the art of meeting people, going to places where people are and meeting them and getting them to learn about CPI. And we've got a very big plan coming out of August to solidify in August and move ahead. It's going to be very exciting. So, Gavin, I am looking forward to spending 7 days with you in August. Thank you for all you have done for the organization. Thank you for being a loyal anti-imperialist, dedicated, open-minded, and willing to go with the flow. And you are absolutely right about the fact that we have changed over the years. We are learning. We are humble in the fact that we don't know everything, but we do know that imperialism is the enemy of all humanity, and the only future for America is a future without imperialism. So you want to say anything finally before we head out?
Just thank you, Caleb, and thank you, all of the people watching this stream. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me and you and we. Yeah. Very
dare to struggle, dare to win. I can see it.
Win.
Thank you, Gavin. We love you. That was Brother Gavin. He is a great, great member. And now we got another great member, Briggy. How's it going? Oh, I'm echoing. You got an echo. I'm hearing my voice echoing, Briggy. You're on the screen, and I'm hearing my voice echoing. Briggy, there's a delay. You're watching on delay. You're watching on delay, Briggy. Oh. Okay. Let me send Briggy a message. Make sure she knows what's going on there. She was watching on delay. Let you are watching on delay. Your phone. There we go. Hopefully she gets it now. All right. You're back. You got it?
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You were watching on delay.
You can't
So,
hear me.
yeah, we saw you looking at your
sorry.
phone.
I don't know what's
It's
going
okay.
on.
Don't worry about it. With everything going on tonight.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Yes,
no?
Yes, we can. No, we can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay. All right. Well,
all right.
Come back in and we'll bring Edward on. All right, Edward, how's it going? Thanks for waiting. Edward. Good to see you, Edward. Edward, can you hear us? Edward. Edward, can you hear us? Edward. Okay. All right. I guess we're having an interesting night in terms of technology. Can you hear me now? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? All right. This is an interesting night. Edward, can you hear us? Wow. Edward? All right. Wild times. Yeah, Mossad is messing with CPI. This is why you need a producer, Caleb. Well, there you go. Hey, we have got a great team of people, but yeah, this is wild. Okay. So tell you what, why doesn't Briggy and Edward, why don't you both come in again? I will remove you from the studio and just come in again. Hit the link again, and we'll see if you come in again, if it works better. If not, we can put on a video and try to work this out or something. But yeah, it's a great night. We're having a great night. Someone's already donated $1,000, which is great. I see there's a super chat that has come in. But yes, join the link, join the stream. Just come on in again. Technical difficulties, not the end of the world. These things happen. It's been a wild night on many, many different angles. But yeah, hello, just nod if you can hear me. I'm not hearing you, but I'm seeing your chat. But there you go. I'm seeing your chat, but yeah, wild times. But yeah, are all Venezuelan resources stolen by the U.S. now? No. What's going on with the government there is complicated, but the apparatus of Venezuela, including the communes and the anti-imperialist organizations, have not been dismantled. It's not over in Venezuela. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I could hear you. Sure. Can you hear me?
Hey, all right. Hey, Briggy, how's it going?
It's going well. Hey, everyone. Hi, chat. How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone.
Yeah. Good to see you as well. So I am so excited for everything coming up. Briggy, tell us about your background, where you were before you came to CPI. Give us your story.
Wow, what a story. Okay, well, I'm from New York. I grew up in New York. A lot of political activity that goes on there. I come from a pretty political family. I would say more or less in the background of Uhuru. So I really resonate with them. I resonate with their message and what they're doing. So that's, it's really great to see what they've accomplished and what they continue to accomplish. So that's more or less, I would say, that sort of revolutionary background. But that was like in another life. And things sort of broke off with people that I was with in New York and moved to Pennsylvania. And so we'll just fast forward to COVID, which is basically when I wanted to become more active in the real sense of the word, and leaving the Democratic Party because of all of the nonsense that was going on, feeling very abused by the system of lies, and needed to really funnel my energy into something that was more positive. And so I sort of hung around for a bit, sort of orbiting different YouTube pages, getting involved with different organizations, or so they said they were organizations, but not really. And yeah, and so that was me. I just sort of, then I started studying, reading a lot, wondering where I was going to go, how I would get my footing politically under me. it was kind of a hard time. It's a very lonely time for people who are really focused on wanting to make change, and not finding serious people who want to do serious work.
Yeah, well, that pandemic, those lockdowns were, I mean, they mind fucked all of us. I mean, they messed with us in ways that, I mean, it's infuriating the way they messed with us. Minister Farrakhan, when he told people not to take the vaccine, it looks like he was right, and I mean, everything, there are things they now admit that were true that you got your Facebook banned for saying. And I mean, oh man, and that was an important moment for CPI, because during the pandemic, that's when I started streaming every night, right? And we kind of came out of that as well. I mean, it was a pivotal time. And I remember seeing you at the Rage Against the War Machine reception. I think John McCarthy introduced me to you, right?
Yes, that was I've been sort of cyber stalking you for a while. Prior to that, I was cyber stalking you because just being burned, as I'm sure so many people who are watching have been burned, and people were saying, well, this is really what the movement is about, and then they really weren't doing it, or they were all these sort of hoops you had to jump through. You couldn't be part of this organization if you're going to be part of the another organization. It was just too many hoops. But so I was watching for quite a while just to see what you were about, what CPI was about, who was in those live chats, what they were saying. I saw the books you were recommending, which really, I have to say, that really grabbed me, because there are a lot of organizations that are not very, I want to say, forward heavy in regard to education. And they may recommend books, but they don't break them down in a way that the average person can comprehend, because quite honestly, trying to read Marx on your own, it's really hard. It's really difficult if you don't have someone to help you understand and break down exactly what he's saying, because it's like he's speaking in another language. And so then I decided, I'll go to the Rage Against the War Machine and I'll see what it's about. And I got in my car and I drove to Washington and just, hung out, heard all the speakers, and then met everybody, at the event we were having at the hotel. And I have to admit, when I first saw you, you see somebody like on a screen or on television, but when you see them in real life, it's like, oh, this person actually doesn't look anything like that. You know what I mean? So like, I'm sure people see me and they see me in real life. It might be a different story too. But John McCarthy and I have been friends prior to us both being in CPI. And I told him I would come. I was really happy to meet him. That was my first time meeting him in person. And of course, meeting you in person and meeting all of the other members that were there in person. And I felt extremely welcome. It was very odd, to be honest with you, very strange, this oath and then these flags and then like, what's going on, and so, but if you don't understand the meaning behind the flags and why the ceremony is so important, it helps to connect us, and it helps to bring about a sense of unity within the organization, not just here in America, but unity with other organizations around the world who are also fighting this fight of anti-imperialism. And so when they see us doing the same thing, there's a solidarity that's there. And I understand now that these ceremonies are important, and I love them now. I absolutely love them.
Very good. Well, let me ask, what are your hopes for CPI?
Oh my goodness. Well, I see a bright future, quite honestly, for CPI, because since I've joined and prior to joining, I see the people who have come into the organization, and I see the people who are still here and what they're doing and their commitment, even though they may have children and they're working and perhaps working 2 jobs and really trying to make ends meet in a system that won't allow you to have those ends meet. I see the stick-to-itiveness of the members, and I see the friendship and the camaraderie of the members. And that is what you really need, I believe. You really do need in an organization. That it's not just we just meet once a week, we talk, we go to our separate corners, and then that's it. There's a level of understanding, there's a level of respect, There's a spiritual component, which I feel is needed also, because we just need that deeper spiritual. And even if you're not, it doesn't matter, because we all understand that there's a level of humanity that connects us all. So where I see CPI going and who I see CPI attracting are people that I'm talking about right now. There's a safety here as well that I have to really want to just talk about that a little bit. There's a level of maturity, safety, spiritual safetiness. People can talk amongst each other, and we try to just work things out. And I'm not going to say anti-imperialism is not that deep, but it is deep. But at the same time, we understand who it is that's behind the curtain that's really jacking up our lives. And it's not the people on the bottom. It certainly isn't. It's everyone, people on the top that are really doing it. So CPI has a bright future. And I think the more powerful we become, the more people we will attract who resonate with our message. And those people who don't will just fall away. And it's no hard feelings. They'll just fall away. You know, we'll just keep going.
Absolutely. Well, Briggy, it is always a pleasure to be with you. That was you in the video with Maduro. That you've been at our rallies. You were always great. And I'm looking forward to the upcoming Revolutionary Road trip. But that's what we got to get. We got to figure out how we're going to get this van covered, you know,
yes. Yes, yeah, we will persevere, and we will certainly make, you know, every stride to have that happen. But before you kick me off, I have a question for you.
Okay. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Said, hit me with your best shot.
Okay. Oh, gee whiz. Let's see. Well, I have a stain in my shirt. I can't seem to get out, and I'm trying to figure out if you can help me with that. No, I'm messing with you. No. So really, there were two things. Before I came on, I saw a sort of Soviet-style poster with Marx in the background and Mandani in the foreground, and it said, you know, communism is coming to your town, or is coming to take over your town. The Democrats have taken over your town, and it's turned it into a communist city. Your town may be next. And it was from the Daily Wire. And I found that to be the best endorsement for, you know, sometimes people think that they're giving you a backhanded compliment. And I thought, actually, that's actually a good thing. That might not be socialism as we are describing it, but people are getting a taste of what it's like, I would say, in New York, which is basically the center of the universe as you know, as things go, where all eyes will be on New York, and people are getting you know, they're getting healthcare, and they're getting like the grocery stores, and they're getting and he has basically taxed people who have these buildings that are sitting empty. And he's making the city a lot more habitable for the average person, not just for the very rich. And that is scaring the very rich. So my question to you is, how can we as an organization get that same message across, that this is, should we use New York as an example of a jumping off point of what could be regarding what CPI is trying to achieve? How would we word that?
Well, hey, I'm really happy that he got a rent freeze in, right? That seems great. I would love some free buses, you know, and I mean, look, a lot of what he's for is stuff that we're for as well, you know, things that would make working people's lives easier. And the hysterical opposition to Mamdani is, I mean, it is tragic that people are just so clueless, right? That, you know, all over the world, social democrats who believe in more of an increased welfare state, more benefits for working people, have been in power, you know, and yet they it's like on the right wing in America, they don't understand. They just don't get that, you know, criticism of capitalism is very widespread across the world, right? Before any leftists critiqued capitalism, there was clerical anti-capitalism from, you know, the Catholic Church was critiquing capitalism almost as it emerged. And, you know, there was conservative criticism of capitalism. There's social democrats. There's all kinds of things. But in America, it's like you're either for the free market capitalist system or you're Stalin. And it's like, it's not that simple. And the world is much more nuanced and complicated than that. And yeah, we're from a different school of things than Mamdani. Mamdani is a social democrat, and we are anti-imperialist, and we're not the same. And, you know, we would have our differences, but at the same time, the fact that he's opening the floodgates here, he's kind of cracking the limits on what you're allowed to say. The fact that he made the Zionists uncomfortable, I mean, that in and of itself made his election victory worth it. To see how angry the Zionists are about him, and have the mayor of New York not somebody who's under their control and under their boot heels. I mean, that works for me. So yeah, if he does something good, let's highlight it and let's celebrate it. You know, that's what I have to say. But at the same time, we're not shills, and we'll be real, and we'll be open about our program. And that's why we call ourselves innovationist, right? Because it's like we're not competing with the DSA, because we're selling a different product. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it really needs to get down to. And that and in a way, I said the other night, this is our moment, because there are so many of these communist groups that try to just sound just like DSA, except they're communist. And as a result, they kind of get left behind. Whereas we have a different message. We may line up in some ways, and in other ways, we're talking about imperialism and development and how there is no limit to human growth and creativity. And this is our opportunity to go out there and sound different from Mamdani and be who we are and give voice to the real sentiment. So I think this is our moment. We've just got to capture the moment, right? That's what I think. So
I agree. I mean, the fear of limitless growth is somehow, I don't even understand how people could not want that, how they could not understand it. But I do understand that when people have been so economically abused for so long, and they've been lied to for so long, that when someone says, no, there is more than enough here for everyone, people just cannot believe that. It's hard for them to even wrap their head around, what do you mean? I thought everything was for sale. I thought that everybody has to, stab everyone in the back to get ahead. And that's just simply not the case. We don't need to live that way.
Yeah. Well, Briggy, it is so awesome to have you on. Thanks for coming on, and give my best to your community and to everybody. And we'll be seeing you soon. So thank you. Thanks,
Jack. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briggy is so awesome, and we love Briggy. And Edward, thank you for your patience. Edward, are you there? Edward? I guess he's not there. Okay, well, Edward, try to come in again if you want to come on, Edward. Noah sent a small contribution to show his contribution to the community. Well, thank you so much, Noah. Thank you for that. And I know Noah's going to be coming on later. Edward, are you there? Edward, can you hear us? Edward?
Hello.
Hey, Edward, how you doing?
Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Do you hear? Hello.
Hey, Edward, can you hear us? Edward? Can you hear us, Edward? So Edward, we've got you. We can hear you, but I don't think you can hear us. So maybe try to come in again.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me.
You.
Okay.
You hear me?
I hear you. What's new, Edward?
You hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you. Yes.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you, Edward. Turn your volume up. Okay. Technical difficulties there, but we maybe Edward can figure it out. But John, how's it going?
Oh, good. Am I on?
Yes, you're on. How's it been?
Good.
Well, John, I know you and I are both very, very excited. The Uhuru court date is coming up, right? On February 22nd. You want to give people kind of the lowdown about what that's all about?
Yeah, well, the verdict was mixed, mostly because the jury was intimidated by the government, right? It's very, very rare for the government not to get what they're asking for, and they rejected. The jury rejected the main charge of being Russian agents, right? So the one that carried less consequences was conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government by register as Russian agents. So they're convicted of being guilty of conspiring to not register to being something that they were declared innocent of actually being. So it's a nonsensical verdict. And because there was such of a mobilization of the people that CPI helped with, right? The courtroom was packed, right? People of all political persuasions, all different races and creeds, nationalities, right? Filled the courtroom. The judge, the judge basically sentenced them to do what they were already doing. They got, public service, right? Which is what they do. So there were no real consequences to them for being declared guilty. Hold on one second.
Yeah. Tell you what we'll do, John. We're going to put on the video about Uhuru, and we'll come back to you after that.
Okay.
Put on the video. We did it. This is from the CPI film Money and American Injustice. It kind of gives the basics of the Uhuru case. What it was all about. So I'll show people in case they're not familiar with the case. What that was all about. This is from this is a clip we did about the Uhuru case and how CPI relates to it.
Okay.
After the rioting was done, U.S. media kind of forgot about those communities. Well, Uhuru, they went out there because they saw black and brown people like themselves that were out there protesting and rioting, and they stayed there. And they've been there since 2014, providing services in the community, giving these young people in the community something constructive to do, not just go out and break shit to raise awareness about the conditions they're in, but ways to actually feed people and serve the community. And they've been there in St. Louis since 2014 doing constructive work. They have really escalated these programs. They have a farmer's market. They provide classes and services to pregnant mothers, and in particular in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They're trying to undo the damage that the U.S. Department of Justice and the state police and the local police and all the forces have been doing in communities like Ferguson, Missouri. And at the same time that they've done this community work, the African People's Socialist Party has also taken a firm anti-imperialist stance. They support China. They support Russia. They support Cuba. They support Iran. And when the United States started piling weapons into Kiev, they defended Russia's right to intervene.
This defensive war in Ukraine that Russia is actually waging against world colonial powers, not Ukraine as a single entity, but the U.S. and all colonial powers who have an interest in colonially dominating African people right here in this country and around the world and extracting resources from the majority of peoples on the planet. That system, this current system, is in severe crisis, and they cannot rule in the same old way.
Because of that, their homes were raided. Then months later, the federal government came out with an indictment, and it's charging them with being Russian agents. And it's trying to allege that the election campaign that they ran in St. Petersburg, Florida, was somehow interference in the U.S. electoral process.
4 activists associated with the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice accuses them of spreading Russian propaganda and cites simply some web conferences that they had, some Zoom meetings, some emails they sent out, as well as the fact that they have run routine election campaigns. Is this of concern to the Secretary General as an attack on human rights, freedom of assembly, etc.?
I frankly was not aware of the case before you mentioned it. Let me look into it, and I will get back to you.
What's going on in Africa is directly connected to what's going on here. What's going on in Ukraine is connected to what's going on in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It's an international, global economy that's all connected.
Because they go to conferences in Russia, this constitutes Russian meddling in the elections. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's completely, utterly ridiculous. They've been running these campaigns for years, since before I was born. Back in the 1970s, they were running people for office. Their platform of reparations, I mean, Marianne Williamson, she's a major Democrat candidate. She also says she believes in reparations. I mean, it's not a unique message that they have in that sense, but they have been targeted because they're doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, at all of our meetings, we have a picture of Fred Hampton up on the stage because Fred Hampton, he built a free breakfast program. He organized what he called a rainbow coalition, uniting low-income people, white, black, brown, Arab, Latino into one organization, trying to build up community empowerment, trying to do community service projects while teaching Marxism and socialism. We look at Fred Hampton as a great example of the American revolutionary tradition. And, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, they don't like that we wave the American flag. They don't like that we consider ourselves patriotic. They have their own kind of unique analysis. They talk about what they call the colonial mode of production. That's not traditional Marxist thinking. And we don't agree with them on a number of issues, but it doesn't matter. We support them.
We all have to stand up and oppose the ideology of division and support an ideology of unity based upon our material interests, to work together.
People who can't understand that, people who can't get past, this or that, we got to put aside our differences and say that if they come for them, they come for all of us. If they go after them, they got to deal with all of us. That needs to be the attitude among anti-imperialists.
Yeah. So, John, your joining CPI is inherently tied up with what happened to Uhuru. Do you want to tell the story of the first CPI event you went to and all of that? And I guess I got another video, so there you go.
Yeah. Okay. The first one event. Well, first let me finish answering the question before. The point I was trying to make is that we should be very grateful to Uhuru for continuing to fight this case, because all the consequences of their sentence is over, but they're fighting based just on the principle, so that it can be legal for people from different countries to unite fighting for peace. Because, the Epstein class unites across borders, right? And that's okay, right? But when the people unite against the agenda of the Epstein class and say that we have more in common, right, as human beings, right, than we do with the misrulers, all of a sudden that's a crime, and that can't be allowed to stand in this crisis. And that's why this appeal is so important. That Uhuru 3 are out of personal danger, right, but the planet is in danger, and so they're continuing to fight. But you're talking about the conference in Chicago,
yes,
which was the very first CPI event that I came to. You and I had talked before that.
Yeah.
And I think I actually helped you make the decision to invite the Uhuru movement there. And this was right after the raid. It was like less than a month. It was just a couple of weeks after the raid. And you called them right away to offer your support. And what was going on, actually, there was a hit list from Ukraine, right, of everybody who was telling the truth about the special military operation and NATO's proxy war, right, against Russia and against the new economy that is rising in China, Russia, and in the global South. And Chairman Yeshitela was on that list. You were on that list. Helga Zep-LaRouche was on that list. And basically everybody on that list got attacked all at once in one way or another. And they tried, I don't know if now's the appropriate time to go through the details, but the government tried very hard to make sure that conference did not happen. And that was part of the reason for the attack on the Uhuru movement, because they were telling the truth about that. And that this was a NATO war of aggression, right, against Russia and, on behalf of the colonial, imperialist, globalist system. So, so they came and you had a lot of forces, right, at that event. The theme was called "Unite Against the Imperialists."
Right.
And I went there, right, just as a member of that coalition, right? Garland Nixon was there. I have been following him for a long time, listening to him and Sputnik, and political party that I don't know if we should mention anymore. They were there. Nick Brana of the at the time of the People's Party. Later, he and partially because of that conference, he was at Rage Against the War Machine, right? He was there. The LaRouche movement, they were originally going to send a representative, right? They made like a special presentation instead. So it was a coalition of people to put aside their differences on other matters, right, to stop this imperialist system. And I went because of that. And then it was actually because of the attacks that took place on you as a result of that. That's why I joined, because my political history is I'm always looking for who they seem to be most afraid of at any particular time.
Well, let's July 29th is going to be the 4-year anniversary. So let's review. We got a little quick video edit I did. It shows what happened on July 29th, 2022, and then what we did at our conference just a week later. So here we go.
Federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for this.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out. Something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Yeah, breach, what do you need? Need one? I don't know. Oh, it's all better than money. Don't take it.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm.
And that is why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman Omala. Here today to show that we are not afraid, we are not intimidated, and that we offer nothing but unequivocal full support and solidarity to them while they're under attack. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. Revolutionaries and civil rights activists as agents of Russia is one of the dirtiest tricks of the U.S. deep state. They called Martin Luther King Jr. a Soviet agent. They called the Nation of Islam foreign agents. And we are here today to say that black people have the right to organize, fight for their rights however they choose, and that the U.S. government has no right to call them Russian agents or repress them in any way. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids. We want to turn the podium, the microphone over to our guests. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Columbai Antoinette, and how I always store any speech that I ever do chant. So I want to teach you, or maybe you already know it, join in, because this is just the meditation of my heart, even coming here, and why it would never be any kind of retreat. We would never surrender. We would never compromise. We will continue to move forward and build. Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! This is what fight back look like. So I just really want to start off by saying I really want to appreciate the organizers that put on this event, no matter what road you have took, small, big, or large, for making this gathering happen and reaching out to the Uhuru movement and seeing this unjust raid is your fight. That they came after us today, but who's next? Because this is an attack against the whole Black community. We see this not just an attack against Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Akile Anai, Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Jesse Knoll, and all of our comrades that were directly attacked from this raid. But this is an attack against all of us. That's how we see it. So I say, I want to slow down, because I have been traveling here for St. Louis, Missouri. And when Chairman told me, I'm sending you to Chicago and speak to a group of people, I went to y'all website. I said, Chairman, you sure me? You sure you want to send me?
Yeah, that was 4 years ago. It'll be 4 years ago pretty soon. And that's where the first event you came to in person. That was CPI. We swung into action. And yeah, they did try to prevent that conference from happening, and they tried to destroy CPI immediately afterwards. And it was wild, but we persevere. And that's one thing we have in common with the Uhuru movement. You know, I said to people 4 years ago, I don't care if CPI is 4 people and I end up live streaming from my parents' garage in Ohio. We are not going to back down. We are going to build an anti-imperialist movement. So, yeah, John, tell us what the atmosphere is like at CPI events, what it's been like for you.
Okay, well, I usually get pulled into working when I'm at a CPI event. That's what I like about it. Like the Rage Against the War Machine, you helped me organize a van load of people from the Midwest that went there. And I had been waiting for that event for a long time, even before it was announced, waiting for something like it. And I thought, oh, gee, I'm going to watch and listen to all these historic speeches. It'll be great. But no, you handed me a stack of palm cards and said, okay, Scott Ritter is speaking at our event right after the rally. We have to get as many people there as possible, right? And that's what I did. Other people were there, watching or observing or waving their own signs, and the CPI delegation was there working, and that room was overfilled, right?
Yeah.
For the Scott Ritter reception. And then New Jersey, I went to the New Jersey event, and I had convinced a new person from New Jersey to come, and I helped get Garland Nixon to come, right? And then I missed the whole first half of the event because you sent me and Reverend Mike Martinez, right? You gave us a whole list of people in the New York area, right? To bring in a van, right? And neither one of us had ever driven around. He's from Florida, right? I'm from Chicago. We didn't know our way around. But as we picked the people up, there were quite a few people, local people on the list. They organized themselves, right? Into helping us. They looked at the list of names and said, okay, we got to get them in this order. And then somebody else got on the phone and started calling them one by one. And we all got there late, but we got there as a functioning unit of fighting anti-imperialists. It wasn't just people there, right, to observe and listen. They already, helped in the organizing process. They volunteered themselves. And that's been my experience at CPI meetings. Is it's not like a passive, it's not entertainment. It's an organizing experience.
Very, very good. Yes. Well, that is absolutely what we are. So just quickly, because we got a couple people behind you, John, what are your hopes for CPI?
My hopes for CPI is that we succeed in convincing the United States to join the new economy that is emerging in the global south and in the east, instead of like we currently are trying to destroy it through regime change and subversion and sanctions and actual invasions and bombing. It's what that new economy is what we used to be. We used to be, the technological leaders of the world, and now we're trying to stop other people from having access to their own resources and to technology. And we have a position to change that. The alternative to this dying system is there, right? And we have to convince the United States to join it. And CPI is kind of almost unique in that perspective. You got people condemning the United States, and you got people defending the neoconservative policies of the United States. But the solution is neither one of those. The solution is to change the United States to actually become an anti-imperialist power like Roosevelt wanted it to be.
Absolutely. Well, that's what we're all about. So thank you, John. Dare to struggle, dare to win. I know you're going to be in Atlanta representing us, at the Uhuru hearing, and that contribution that someone sent will help with that. We do need people to donate. I'll say that. We got one very big, generous contribution. We've had a couple people send $10, but we appreciate it. So thank you, John. And we're going to bring on a couple other people. Just a reminder, if you give more than $50, we will send you the Innovationism Book of Quotations. And I forgot to mention, we will also send you, because one of our members, Penny, is very excited about this, we will also send you a refrigerator magnet. We will send you a refrigerator magnet for CPI. Penny is making refrigerator magnets. So you'll get some refrigerator magnets for CPI. You'll get one of these. So everyone who gives more than $50, that's what you will receive. You just, you can give it here as a super chat. You can do buy me a coffee, or you can just donate, the link donate to CPI, which is what people have been doing so far. We've had a couple gifts that have come in, and we appreciate it. But we do need people to donate. We really, really do need people to donate. Now, we had somebody who was in the chat. I guess Megan was in the chat, and now she seems to be gone. But I guess maybe Edward. Edward, can you hear us? Edward?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Good, great, excellent. Let me get the image off the screen here. Edward, how's it going? Oh, and then he froze again.
Yes, okay. Let me just explain that I'm not an official member of CPI, but I've been following your work for quite a while now, and I'm impressed to an extent. I grew up as a Baptist, and I would often in these independent Baptist churches. And you remember
you're not coming through very clear
when I was growing up, except you're preaching of socialism, and obviously
you're not really coming through very clear, Edward. You're breaking up. You said
the
something
only thing I can tell you.
Yeah, it's breaking up. We can't hear you, Edward. I'm sorry. I don't think you have very good service where you're at, Edward. That was just really choppy. We couldn't hear you. I heard something about the Baptist church that you grew up in and socialism. And thank you, David, for sending this donation. We really appreciate it. David was at our workshop last year, an Australian brother, a CPI member, and we really do appreciate it. And, this is open. I saw Megan was lined up to come on in. Please come on back, Megan. We'd love to have you. We're just trying to get everybody on here. But yeah, I do want to give a special thank you to the person who sent $1,000. I want to thank the people who sent super chats so far. And I want to say that anyone is welcome to come on. There was somebody who sent a question earlier. They didn't want to come on. It was Diotheus, and he just sent a question. He said, if Hamiltonians, i.e. Lincoln, JFK, LaRouche, are able to bring about a change for the U.S., would you see yourself becoming one? Now, that's an interesting question, all right? It's an interesting question because I have learned over the course of doing this kind of work that you have to think about the story of the elephant. And I don't know if you've ever heard the story of the elephant, but there's a story of, like, they get a group of blind men and they take the blind men to see an elephant, but none of them can see. And so one of them thinks that the elephant is like a snake, and one of them thinks the elephant is flat, and one of them thinks the elephant is round, because they all touch different parts of it. They can't see the whole elephant, right? And that's a lot of what this is like. LaRoucheism understands that there is no limit to growth. LaRoucheism understands that we need a central bank to inject credit into communities. And LaRoucheism understands that globalism, imperialism was not what some of the founders of the United States had in mind. When you talk about Hamiltonians, you're talking about Henry Charles Carey, you're talking about Alexander Hamilton, and how they saw the British Empire economic model of world trade, and they rejected it. And I think that narrative has absolutely got a huge amount of truth in understanding imperialism. I also think that Lenin had an understanding of it when he wrote Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. And he talked about capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And I also think that Rosa Luxemburg, in her book, Accumulation of Capital, she had an understanding of the very same thing. And I also think now the geopolitical school, Dugin and others that talk about the civilizations of the land versus the empires of the sea, I think they understand it. We're all talking about the same thing. And so in a way, Diotheus, it's not a matter of becoming one. We're doing the same thing, right? We want a government that invests in communities, that invests in people, that builds and unleashes human creativity. That's what we want. And that's what the Hamiltonians want. That's what the Marxist-Leninist governments of the world have been striving to build. That was the essence of what they were really doing. That's what, the peoples of the world that are trying to break out of the domination of Wall Street, whether it's the Axis of Resistance that does it on the basis of Shia Islam, Bolivarianism in Latin America, the Union of Sahel States. I would say, Diotheus, we are of the same background, right? And that LaRouche Hamiltonianism is one interpretation, but they support the Union of Sahel States, and they support Russia, and they support China. They're part of the same movement. They see it from one particular angle, and we see it from many different angles. We've learned to be more eclectic. My background is Marxism, Leninism, but I've learned to understand that the dialectical materialist approach has its limitations, but I've understood the achievements of that school of things. I understand the problem of overproduction, the value crisis, the tendency of the falling rate of profit. So, Diotheus, you are correct, but it's not a matter of becoming one or another. It's about building an all-inclusive anti-monopoly coalition. And I look up to, Jose Vega is a Hamiltonian, and he is like the best politician in my lifetime. I have never seen somebody run for office and do such a great job as Jose Vega. And I know he just finished with the Democratic primary. Now he's headed into the elections in the fall. We don't endorse anyone in CPI. We cannot campaign for anybody, but Jose Vega, awesome, and so, Diotheus, I look at that school and we've drawn a lot from it, and I encourage people to read it. I quote, from that kind of material, but we also have the Marxist-Leninist background. We also draw from Rosa Luxemburg. We also draw from geopolitics. It's a diverse understanding, but we're all pointing towards the same thing. David Fox, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
I'm great. What time of day is it over there?
It's 10:20 a.m. in the morning on Sunday morning.
Okay.
So, yeah, I thought I'd jump on because it's 11 o'clock. We've got our group together doing our online discussion and study, and we're currently studying this book, China's Great Road, from John Ross. He actually lives in China, and it's from a Marxist perspective from it, and it's actually a very good book to read. A couple of criticisms I have. He was pretty highly critical of the Soviet Union in its early days, but I recommend reading this book to anyone that wants to have a much more thorough knowledge of China where it is now, understanding, and it's really right in the Marxist perspective on this. So yeah, I picked that up. That's China's Great Road: Lessons for Marxist Theory and Socialist Practices. It came out. It's articles from 2010 to 21, so they're still quite recent. I recommend that. Yeah, so
that's the Great Southern Discussion Club.
Yes.
All right.
And then on the 4th of July, next weekend, we have a rally in an anti-imperialist rally in Melbourne. Hopefully there'll be around other cities as well, especially in support of Venezuela and Cuba at the moment, and what's going on around with geopolitics, because Australia is right up in there, since we're used primarily as a base in wars of aggression towards anti-imperialist countries. The interesting note, in 2 weeks after that, there is a convergence on Pine Gap in Alice Springs Central, which is the joint US-Australia spy base, which plays a pivotal role in these wars of aggression, just recently with Iran as well. So there's a big convergence there. Why we wanted to actually talk about those that can't make it out there to organise solidarity rallies in various cities and towns, even if it's outside the consulate or in the main city squares, wherever it is possible to raise people's consciousness about what's going on. I think there's a lot of questions in Australia now. People are asking what further questions about where our actual genuine sovereignty lies. And the thing is, even people are waking up the fact is how much foreign influence is affecting our decision-making in government, and just how much we're under control of multinationals. You're talking about imperialism before. Well, we've basically, when you think about Australian sovereignty, we'd love to have it, but we actually don't. We're on the dictates of Washington and Wall Street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, we're fighting the same thing. And that's, that's the point in America. We are the true patriots because the leaders of our country are not loyal to America. They're loyal to this international system of globalism, imperialism. And they're waging wars around the world to protect this international system while America crumbles. And that we're the true patriots, and we're not promoting national chauvinism. We certainly don't want to engage in imperialism. The point is that imperialism is bad for the working people. Right. And that we need a government that wants to invest in working people, not defend this dying colonial system around the world. Right. And that's the understanding that we have. And some people on the left, they just get angry about patriotism. Well, they need to understand, look at our countries here in the West. We're falling apart while our leaders are waging these wars or using, in your case, using Australia as an outpost to attack China. Right. And that if we had leaders that were actually loyal to our countries, they'd get along with China. They'd get along with Russia. They'd build roads and highways and bridges. Right. I mean, it's a pretty basic understanding. And if people don't get that, right, they're not understanding that you're not going to build a mass movement in a country if you can't love the country. If it's not about making life better in the country, you're not going to build a mass movement. You're kind of writing yourself out of the conversation. And that's what has kind of separated us. A lot of the left, they have kind of gotten stuck in this. Well, we want to be like the good Germans. We want to fantasize that we're in Nazi Germany and we're the good Germans who hid Jews under their basement or whatever. It's like, no, we need to actually build a mass movement because we represent the majority of the people who want a better life, and imperialism won't allow it. What do you think?
Yeah, well, that's right. I think, and also there's a lot of confusion what imperialism is. I think a lot of these groups you're mentioning, they think imperialism means big and strong. That's there, but if you want to put it in a nutshell, that's what they think. Especially when it gets under my skin, especially when they label China and Russia as imperialists or social imperialists, they've got no idea it's a system. And when you explain that China and Russia are helping countries out like Cuba and like other places, they're helping building them up. They're trying to protect them and best their ability. That's not imperialism. Imperialism holds the world back, and they just don't seem to get that. They're caught within this mindset. And the other thing as well on that, I mean, the general population, they're disaffected economically as well for this imperialist economic system we live under. And of course, they're not following all these little left groups, and they claim to be the saviors of everyone. But the thing is, they're not. And they're actually following, unfortunately, populist leaders like Pauline Hanson we have here at One Nation. Those of you in America don't realise what it is. She follows Donald Trump very much. She tries to be that Trumpet type person. That I call her a political train wreck. But they don't offer no solution. They're offering no solution. All she's saying, she's anti-establishment, anti the big major parties. Wow. That's, wow. Well, what have you actually genuinely got to offer? And then she wants to blame the immigrants and others for our social ills, when it's a system of imperialism. So, but really in a lot of ways, you got these two extremes all fighting with each other. All these left groups saying, it's about racism, it's about left versus right. No, well, it might have been good in the 1800s, but it's not. It's quite irrelevant completely now. It's not about that. And then on this other extreme, they wants to blame immigrants and all this. It's completely absurd when you look at it. But people are asking genuine economic questions. They're completely isolated from and going through a lot of hardship. So, this is where groups like CPI can play a role in America. But what we can do here is we're trying to fill that void, to put some direction, bring some direction back to the masses of people. I think that's the critical bit. So we're looking at this way. Let's look at the bread and butter, and we work from there. And I think that's the main key thing, because the bread and butter is affected by imperialist policy.
Absolutely. Well, David, you are a real one. You've been opposing imperialism for years as a labor union activist, as an organizer. It was really great to work with you last year at the workshop. You're a great speaker and a great organizer, and you're the leader now of the Great Southern Discussion Club, which is interesting because I was there like a bad Southern Discussion Club, and then you formed the great one. I'm just kidding. The good Southern Discussion Club. You said we're the Great Southern Discussion Club. It makes me.
We decided. I think we just came up with the name, jumped in there early before anyone else could think of the name. So
yeah,
grab it early. If you got a good idea, grab it then. And we're
with it. No, years ago, there was a joke, right? There was a guy, and he was selling a newspaper, and someone said, "Are you from the Communist Party?" He said, "No, I'm from the Revolutionary Communist Party." And someone said, "Oh, well, I'm from the Ultra Revolutionary Communist Party." So there you go. Well, David, give everyone my best over there. Great work with the Great Southern Discussion Club, and we'll be in touch. All right,
all the best to you too. All right,
absolutely.
Take care.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm going to put on just a little video that'll just kind of show you the atmosphere. And then Phil is up next. Phil, our member in New York, is going to come on. I'm going to give him the 3 questions I've been asking the different members. So we're going to put a little video on, and then we'll have Phil. And then it looks like somebody else sent a question. We really need people to donate. I'll just tell you that much. If you want to send a question via Buy Me a Coffee, if you want to go to CPI and donate, please come on. Right, the stream is open, but yeah, we're going to put on the little video here, and then we'll bring Phil on. But please send donations, folks, because we have got to figure out how we're going to make August happen. So please help us out. Yes, that is us. We are the Center for Political Innovation. And everyone who sends us more than $50, we'll send you the new quote book. We'll send you those neat magnets that Penny has created. But we need people to donate to help this happen. We got different members coming on. Arlene sent a contribution, and we'll be answering her question after this. But next, we're going to go to a beloved member of our community in New York, Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Hey, Caleb, how are you?
I'm great. Just moving right ahead. We had kind of a schedule, change, but we persevere at CPI. So the stream goes on. We're heading into the last 2 hours here. We've got about an hour and a half left. It was a 6 to 10. We might go even longer than that, but yeah. So I'm asking everybody 3 questions, all of our members who are coming on. So Phil, tell us how you got involved with CPI and where you were politically prior to that.
Well, how I got involved is I met you at the church that we both attend, and you were holding a education workshop up in Vermont, and I asked if I can go, and you were like, of course, yeah, the more the merrier. So I went to that, and I was hooked. I'll tell you, I was hooked. And then the other thing that really got me involved with CPI is when you sent me to the DNC in 2024. That was a week I will never forget. As far as where I was politically before I joined CPI, I considered myself a democratic socialist, but I very rarely voted, just because I was so disillusioned, about our political system and the way that foreign influences tend to manipulate our, electoral system.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess since you mentioned the DNC, the next question I have is, what has it been like, at CPI events? So let me ask you, why don't you talk specifically? You were at the Democratic National Convention. So the week before, the very day that Kamala Harris was named the nominee, my book on Kamala Harris got banned from Amazon. So it exploded. There was a huge amount of outrage. And so we printed it in bulk. This is like one of the copies we printed in bulk. And then we sent our members to distribute the books. And John was there with you. And he said, Phil helped us distribute thousands of books exposing Kamala Harris at the DNC. What was that like?
Like I said, it's a trip that I will never forget. That was the first time I was able to meet John. The first time I was able to meet Gabby and Ellie. All of them treated me like family while I was there. It's just so amazing, of how we were able to get 1,000 books out in a week.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, the word about the books spread like wildfire all over the internet.
Yep.
And that's another reason that excites me about CPI, is because we're actually getting out and doing things.
Yes.
We're actually getting out and trying to make a change.
Yeah. So what are your hopes for CPI?
Basically, my hopes for CPI is to establish our dream of changing the imperialist system, enacting our 5-point plan. 5-point, right?
4-point plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4-point plan.
That's okay.
And basically getting into what you call strategic offensive mode.
Yeah.
And actually building a movement of people, who are tired of the same old,
Yes.
So, that's my hope.
Well, one thing I'm excited about is you and I and a bunch of other people from New York are going to be in a van headed to Chicago. And we've got to, that's what we're on here doing. We're raising money for the van, right? Because it costs a lot of money to rent a 15-passenger van and fill it up with people and drive it to Chicago and fill it up with gas. It's rather expensive right now. So thank you for everything you've done, Phil, for the organization. And thank you for coming on tonight and being at the DNC and handing these books out. And that was really, really an honor to have you there with us. And we're looking forward to having you with us in the van to Chicago and on the way back. So yeah, if people can contribute, we appreciate it. And thank you for coming on, Phil. I know you're a reliable brother. You're always doing stuff for CPI. So thank you. I know lately you've been getting these out in your neighborhood, right?
Yes.
I gave you a stack of those. So very, very exciting. Well, thank you.
If I may just say two more things.
Go ahead.
I did a speech at the last nautical banquet we had, on North Korea.
Yes.
And how the sanctions against North Korea's medical system, are very, very deadly, at times, to the point that they're not even able to import ambulances or MRI machines, and with me being a former medical professional, that bothers me, and one thing that I've learned since I've been in CPI is that sanctions don't work.
Right.
You know, I mean, it takes, you know, with Cuba, that has one of the most highly advanced and technical medical systems in the world, and sends out doctors to all of the developing and needy countries in the world. You know, the U.S. military has to blockade their ports, you know, in order to do anything with sanctions. You know,
Yes.
now we also have the strike against Iran again. You know, I mean, and I'm gonna give a little bit of a statement, you know, that I gave during my speech.
Okay.
I have two words for Donald Trump to tell Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth. You're fired.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Phil.
So-
Thank you. And I look forward to the road trip with you, but we got to raise funds. So thank you. We just got to full speed
Yes,
ahead.
please.
Full
Yes,
speed
please
ahead.
donate as much as you can so we can
Yes.
continue with our events this summer.
Yes. Yes. Funds are tight, but we can do it. So thank you, Phil. All right. All right. Well, we got a couple questions in the chat to answer, but before we do that, he's been waiting patiently. We got Richard. How's it going, Richard?
Great, Caleb. Yeah,
Did you send a contribution? Did you send a contribution, by the way?
A little tight for cash now, man.
Okay, well, if in the next week or so, if you can shoot us $10, because we do want everyone who comes on to,
Yeah,
to
don't
send
worry,
at least
man,
$10.
don't
So if you can shoot us $10, that'd be great. What's on your mind tonight, Richard?
Yeah, you know what Philip was saying was resonated a lot for me. I'm actually if it goes well for me, I'm going to be going to a radiology program, and you know, speaking of, I think Ibrahim Traore set up a new facility of that nature in Burkina Faso with this past year, the help of the Chinese, you know, and to me, it's impressive. And to me, another part of these sanctions that fails is it makes these countries more self-sufficient. Like Cuba, they make a lot of their own medications, I think, as does Iran. Like Iran, I think it has a large pharmaceuticals industry. I mean, they were sending medications to Venezuela when they had those terrible sanctions. You know, Venezuela to me shows that there's a lot of selective outrage in our media. Like, oh, you found a poor Latin American country that's dealing with issues. And Zimbabwe got this bad. Like, oh, the Zimbabweans, they live in shit because of Mugabe. I think Uganda at times has been worse than Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and Zimbabwe actually, you know, I mean, their food, you know, they redistributed the land, right? And then the USA put the sanctions on them very intensely. But even then, people's lives got better. There's been a very solid improvement in people's lives over the last decade.
Oh, yeah. You know, I don't know if you saw the interview Tucker Carlson had with their president. This is the guy who, have you ever asked, I know you've been overseas a lot. Did you ever talk with anyone from Zimbabwe about what happened?
I do. And there was a lot of confusion at the time. But basically, when Robert Mugabe was getting old, he wanted to name his wife as his successor. And the rest of the ruling party was like, no, not going to happen. And, you know, these countries, they make it sound like it's the rule of one man. And that's not the case. Robert Mugabe is loved as a great leader, but he was in his 80s. And he was saying they're going to make, I want to make my wife my successor. And the rest of the ruling party was like, no, you're not. And, you know, and so there was some drama and he was kind of told you need to retire. And he did. And he retired peacefully. And now they have another guy from the ruling party who's in. It was not a counter revolution. It was actually a show that, look, I mean, these countries, they are democratic and they had anti-colonial revolutions. And it's not simply the rule of one man. And that, you know, they love Mugabe. Mugabe is still loved as a great hero, but he was in his 80s and his wife, who was much younger than him, he wanted to put her in power and the rest of the ruling party didn't think that was a good idea. And so he's still remembered as a great leader. And
they didn't tear down all the statues.
No, they didn't. And the land redistribution program continued. And that was the new president when he was sworn in. He said, we will not destroy the land redistribution program. That continues. The diamond mines remain nationalized. You know,
They reissued their
Robert
currency
Mugabe
last
is still
year.
loved by the people, but there was a lot of confusion. One of the scary things was that they tried to make it sound like a counter-revolution, because there is a minority in the country. It's called MDC. It's the U.S.-backed party, Movement for Democratic Change. All of their people got out in the streets, you know, to try to make it seem like they were going to come to power. So there was a lot of confusion, but it wasn't a counter-revolution. But people
Is
were
that
very
why you're hesitant to make any statements? Because Venezuela, it's confusing to me, at least. Like, there are things happening that are not great, but at the end of the day, I haven't seen like them saying they're gonna just disarm the militias. They're not sending tanks in to destroy the colectivos.
Well, and that's what we have to remember. There's a difference between a political revolution and a social revolution, right? And that's what we have to remember. They've clearly had a political revolution. There are people in power now that don't agree with Maduro necessarily, that have differences with Maduro. But the revolution in Venezuela was not about which political party would be in power.
It's not about personalities.
It was about property, right? It's about economics. And in Venezuela, there's a huge apparatus that was created of Bolivarian communes. There was a huge military apparatus, the Bolivarian militias that haven't been disbanded. And if they were to go and disband those Bolivarian militias, they're not going to give up their guns, and there would be a civil war. And if they were to go and try and dismantle the colectivos, the vast apparatus of colectivos, again, we will know if that kind of thing happens. I'm not saying it won't happen. It could happen, but we will know.
It hasn't happened.
What? What's that?
It hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened. And if it does, there will be no ambiguity about it. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand, is that when you're talking about anti-imperialism and all of that, we're dealing with property. It's a property. It's an economic issue. It's not a matter of which face is in front or who signs a deal with whatever. And, you know, Yugoslavia, you know, they collaborated with the United States against the Soviet Union. They were on
Vietnam, they buy weapons from Israel.
Yeah, and they were on the U.S. side in the Korean War. However, there was not a counter-revolution there until the 1990s. And when the counter-revolution happened in Yugoslavia, they'd had opportunist leaders for a long time that had collaborated with imperialism. But when the counter-revolution happened, it was very clear. And the same with China, right? You know, China had a lot of changes that went on during the late 70s, but there was not a counter-revolution. But when the Soviet Union fell in 1991 and the following 2 to 3 years when they dismantled the Soviet economy, that was very clear. That was very, very clear. And, you know, so there is no ambiguity. Counter-revolutions don't happen. You know, you don't blink and miss them. They're not, you know, and that's what you need to understand about
some guy with a counter-revolutionary opinion.
Exactly.
Taking over.
Exactly. Yeah. And one last point, and then we got to bring on the next guest who's been waiting.
Yeah, you know, I was going to say that you were in Venezuela during the times they started having their issues. Did you notice, like, what was it like back then? Was it as bad as the media was claiming it? Like, there was no medicine, there was no anything?
Yeah, when I was there in 2015, they had an election, and it was the first election that the United Socialist Party lost. They lost control of the parliament. And what I noticed was I spoke to people. I went to the polling stations, and I spoke to people from both parties. What was different was that all the people from the opposition party, from the Democratic Roundtable Party, all of them said, we're socialists, but we're mad at Maduro. And that it was a lot of what had happened is the oil revenue had decreased. And because of that, people were angry because they felt that there was favoritism going on. They felt that Maduro had messed things up, and they felt like there was division among Hugo Chavez supporters, and they called it a punishment vote. And I spoke to a lot of people, and none of them said we want capitalism back. And in fact, a lot of them said that'll never happen. We're a different people than we were. We're never going to go back to the 90s. But they were frustrated with Maduro, and that's what came across to me, was that there was frustration with the ruling party, and the ruling party has some issues. I mean, and the Venezuelans are the first ones to tell you but the imperialists then had jumped on that, you know, and they talked about, like, one of the TV hosts who was one of the top, like, pro-Maduro TV hosts, he drove a fancy car. Well, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the guy's like, he's like the late night TV host, right? He's, you know, in the country, and, you know, do you expect he wouldn't drive a fancy car? Of course not.
Like,
but
people, like, some guys made a dumb argument that the son of the former Iranian ambassador to Venezuela had a freaking private plane and white women on his
right. And that was just like, they make these kind of arguments as, a way to try and like, oh, but it's socialist and this guy has a fancy car. Well, we're not advocates of poverty, and that, anyone who is the top TV host in any country is going to have a fancy car and things like that. So the imperialists were trying to manipulate the situation. But I didn't hear anybody say, oh, we want capitalism back. The rich people said that in the rich neighborhoods. They've been saying that the whole time. But that's what came across to me is it was frustration with how the crisis was being handled. So anyway, Richard, I got to bring on Megan because she's tried to come on a couple times, but we'll be back. You want to make one last point? It looks like you have one last point.
Yeah, is asking a bit about the shortages, but is that mostly because of the sanctions or because they didn't have domestic industry?
It was because of the sanctions, and it was because to get around the sanctions, they had been like basically paying importing companies, you know what I mean, like higher fees, basically, right, to get around sanctions. And suddenly there was a shortage of oil revenue. They didn't have the oil revenue, and so the extra cost they'd been paying to bring things in went down. That's what it was about. A lot of household items they couldn't get because of sanctions, and so they would pay somebody to go around the sanctions, and they couldn't do that anymore, right?
And if I remember correctly, a month before Maduro was captured, Venezuela, it was announced it had one of the fastest growing economies. They were like trying to develop their own imports and whatnot.
Yeah. It ain't over in Venezuela. That's my message. It ain't over. It ain't over. And if it's over, we'll know. We'll know. So here we go. All right, Megan, thank you for being so patient, Megan. Thanks for being here. I saw you sent your super chat, but what's on your mind? Do you want to just tell us your question?
Yeah, we can just go over my super chat if you want.
Okay, but you wrote, it seems DSA is becoming a force. How can CPI be involved with them in the aspect that it's people who feel and are marginalized, and DSA is their mechanism to build local power, not really care about its origins? Do you want to expound on that further?
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, a lot of times is, the DSA, they're woke people who are Democrats and they're not really going to fight for you. But I think the reason they got to power is because they are fighting for an administration that, the wokeness and all that really got on my nerves. I mean, I saw that and how it was weaponized. And I think that's why a lot of people turned against it. But I've seen with this administration how they really do not care about some people. And they really don't care about the citizens of the country. And I think that people who are trying to build local power are doing it. And that's their mechanism to do that. They have people in office and they're using that. And I don't think that it's fair to say they're all, going to be these people who get into office and don't do anything, and they just want to move it in some direction when they might not have the same foreign policy views as us, or any foreign policy views. They may not have any. I mean, who knows? But that's just my thought.
Yeah. Well, my feeling is we will work with anybody to do good, and we will work with nobody to do evil. And that right now, DSA is being friendly to CPI, which we appreciate. And it's largely because of the fact that we are anti-war, and Trump betrayed his base and has become pro-war. And right now, DSA people are being very friendly to us. And I appreciate that. And, I went on a DSA podcast, a DSA aligned podcast with, Cornel West was the first guest, and then it was me for the second hour. That was pretty cool. And I have no problem with that. And I think also what DSA appreciates is while we are willing to collaborate on certain issues, we're not trying to out DSA. We're very different, and we're very open about how we're different. You know what I'm saying? And that I think, some of the other groups that they are maybe more competitive with, I mean, that's the issue, is that, they're trying to sound like DSA. CPI is very clear about what we are. We are anti-imperialists. We believe there is no limit to human growth and progress, and that if Mamdani will fight for working families and will oppose wars and oppose Zionism and all of that, we'll work with Mamdani. But we have a different ideology, and we're upfront about that. And I really think the rise of DSA is a moment for CPI to shine, because we're not trying to out DSA. And so if DSA grows, I don't think DSA's ideology is going to have answers. Maybe DSA will be able to do some good, or maybe they won't. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like Roosevelt. Roosevelt said, go out and make me do it. We got to build the movement. And if we want elected officials that are in the DSA to do anti-imperialist stuff, we got to build an anti-imperialist movement that can push them to do it. I also think not all of DSA are the same. Look, AOC was on the wrong side of the New York City sweep. That's one aspect of this. AOC endorsed all the candidates who lost. Mamdani endorsed the candidates who win. So it looks like there's a gap between not all DSA people are the same. AOC endorsed the mainstream Democrats, and Mamdani endorsed the people who won. And one of these women who won, she was actually the first Democrat to oppose aid to Ukraine. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. Yep.
Yeah, so not all DSA people are the same, just like not every Democrat is the same. Just not like every Republican.
None of them had AOC's backing. I don't think she fought for any of them or, endorsed any of them.
Yeah. So, hey, we have got to just do right with whoever we can do right with while we push our own anti-imperialist ideology. And that is my view. So yeah, well, thank you, Megan, for your very generous contribution. And thank you for all that you've done with CPI over the years. You're a beloved member. Is there any chance you can come to the convention in August? We'd really love to see you there.
It's really hard because I work 2 jobs and I have kids, but I really appreciate CPI, and I appreciate everything that I have learned through CPI, the books and everything, because it really opens your mind up to a lot. And yeah, appreciate it.
Well, we love you, Megan, and we wish you the best to your family, to your kids, and all the great work that you do. So thank you for everything. And yeah, we just got to keep going. And I think the rise of DSA is the moment for CPI, because we have always been clear about what we are, and it looks like there's some overlap between us and DSA. And so thank you for asking your question, and thank you for everything. My best to you out there in Missouri. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Well, Penny and Gary, our members in Minneapolis, how's it going?
Hi. Hey. Can you hear us?
We can.
Okay. So, Gary, you want to tell them what we're up to?
Yeah, well, on Juneteenth, we went and did a little event, and we ran into some Somali people who invited us to a Somali day in Minneapolis. So we came out here and talked to them about Ibrahim Traore and passed out some cards for CPI, and did a little event and interviewed some folks.
And right now we just got done with the Somali festival. I uploaded a video with some footage from the festival and the answers to our questions, the questions that you asked.
Oh, okay. Well, send me the link. I'll put it on.
I sent it to Caleb, to your. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Gary, you got a question for Caleb?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of one, but I registered for the 7-day workshop.
Yay!
And, one of the first things, the question was, are you a CPI member? And I wanted to be able to say yes, so I went and I became a CPI member.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you've been an unofficial member for a while, but now you're officially a member. So welcome.
Officially a member, yeah.
Very good. Very good.
I wanted to ask you how you met your wife, and how you managed to balance CPI, RT, your romance life, and personal life. How do you manage all that?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, yesterday, my wife and we went and saw Toy Story 5. There's a movie theater in our neighborhood. And so I had a free afternoon. My job didn't call me until later in the day. And so we went to Toy Story 5 and we sat in the movie theater. And my job texted me, we might need you later. And I said, okay, but they didn't interrupt us throughout the whole movie. And so we watched Toy Story 5 with Woody and Buzz Lightyear and all of that. It was a nice break from politics, I will say. My wife and I both enjoyed sitting there in this kind of low-cost movie theater that's a few blocks from our house, and we watched Toy Story 5. I met my wife when I was a member of the Workers' World Party. She never was, but she was involved in their immigrant rights demonstrations that took place. She was in New York City on May 1st, 2006. They had a huge immigrant rights rally, and my wife is from Guatemala, and she was in an apartment building at that time that a lot of Guatemalans were part of. And a lot of the Guatemalans in her apartment building said, oh, we're going to go to this immigration rights demonstration that happened on May 1st, 2006. It was huge. It was like 500,000 people. And she was involved in organizing that with the International Action Center, which was this nonprofit run by Ramsey Clark. And so she would volunteer with the International Action Center. So I was a member of the Workers' World Party, and I was also working for Ramsey Clark in the International Action Center. And so I started giving classes at the International Action Center office on Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done. And so she would come to all the classes with her book, and she would come. And so one day she said to me before the class, she said, I need to talk to you. I really, really need to talk to you after the class. And so we met in this like little like hotel restaurant. It was like, that it was near that thing. And I said, what is it we want to talk about? And she was like, oh, I don't know. And I said, Metches, can I ask you a question? She said, yeah. And I said, do you like me? And she said, yes, and she nodded. And she said, I like your speeches. I like your articles. I said, yeah, but do you like me? And she said, yes, I do.
Uh-huh.
So I said, oh, then come over. And we sat, and I put my arm around her, and we sat there in the restaurant. And it was very, very nice. And that's how we started dating, I guess you could say. And it's been an exciting journey, I will say. And my wife and I are very different people, and I love that about her. Her background is as a nanny. And she's really good with children, and she also really likes bright colors. If you ever see me wearing anything brightly colored, that comes from my wife, because I don't know. I'm not colorblind. I can see colors, but I don't know what it is. I just, she has a perfect eye for colors, and she loves arts and crafts. Every so often she'll do something nice and artsy and crafty for CPI. So yeah, how do I balance it all? It's a good question. And it's not easy for everybody. It's not easy. But we have an understanding. We get along with each other, and we love each other. And, she's on Facebook, Spanish with Metches, Pin Crafts. People should go follow her. She's always doing different arts and crafts. She's really proud to be a nanny. And she's worked with domestic worker organizing and stuff like that in New York City. And she's a very compassionate person. And she also has insights that I wouldn't have into how people see things and all of that. So, yeah, I have been married for 12 years now, believe it or not. Our anniversary was May 15th this year. 12 years I've been married, and I don't regret it at all. And it's actually really great that we have been married as long as we have. A lot of marriages don't last 12 years, but I've been married 12 years. And, when you're married, every day isn't easy, but once you know somebody, and you know somebody long enough, right? It's that commitment. They teach us nowadays, we have this culture of, oh, you don't get what you want, well, walk away. Well, actually, no, sometimes being committed to something is really important, and being committed to a marriage is really important. And the fact that my wife and I, we've been through a lot. We now live in a very different apartment than when we first were together, but we live in a better apartment than we first lived in, and we have a great life together, and we have many great memories together. And I've learned a lot from her, and she's learned a lot from me. If you see me wearing these shirts, for example, her sister always gifts me one of these shirts. These are traditional Guatemalan shirts that don't have collars on them, right? And I love these shirts. So every time her sister comes to visit us, she gives us these lovely shirts. And so, yeah, I hope that's a good answer. Toy Story 5 and volunteering at the International Action Center. How's that?
Yeah. You got a question, Gary?
Okay, here's a question, kind of complicated. So you know how there was the Black Panthers, and their thing of trying to organize other people was sort of like, we're organizing our community, and white people should organize their other communities, and then everybody would organize their own communities, and then somehow it would come together.
Yes.
So they never got that far for a whole host of reasons. But I wonder what you think about that method of organizing, because we're open to everyone, you know what I mean, in our group, but then I don't see how America's organized. It just seems like mass confusion, in our country. So what do you think about the different styles? Because when you think about Uhuru, they have a unique culture, and so they're able to organize along those lines. But when you think about organizing, how do you see it?
Well, that's an interesting story. I'll be honest here. So I was in the Workers' World Party, which is about 90% white people, but they had this position on what they called the national question, which meant that there were 5 or 6 black people in the group that were like leaders, and they could never be overruled or outvoted. They got their way on absolutely everything because they were black. And if you disagreed with them, well, you didn't understand the national question. So, and I got a little bit frustrated because I have always admired black nationalists. I've always admired Minister Farrakhan and black nationalist leaders. And I also, I didn't, the way that the Workers' World Party related to the national question, I didn't appreciate. So coming out of the Workers' World Party, I was a little bit confused. And I was thinking, okay, well, I don't want to get in that kind of situation again. So I support black nationalists, but maybe I want to focus on organizing white people. But that was a mistake because immediately plenty of people of color wanted to organize and work with me. And the fact they appreciated that we didn't tokenize people. And that was what the Workers' World Party did. We were constantly, even though we were 90% white, we were constantly trying to prove that we were the vanguard of black people. So we had a couple black leaders who always got their way on everything. And then we would like grab a black teenager and shove a microphone in their hands and put them on a stage and say, see, we are a black organization. It was really messed up. The way we related to the national question, they call it the national question, which was the racial issue in America, was very, very unhealthy. And I have learned that I support Uhuru because this is an organization of black people that are building in their community. I support it 100%. And the same goes for any activist in the black community. If they want to organize just with black people, that is their right. I support them, and I understand the black issue. Many black people see themselves as a colonized, oppressed nation within U.S. borders. But that said, I am building CPI as a multinational organization. Right. And, we continue to be multinational, and that's great. And we respect people. And that's what, we've had a couple different members that are people of color say that they appreciate that about CPI, is that we don't tokenize people. You know what I mean? We don't see people as, a lot of these communist groups, it's like, oh, we got a black, oh, we got a Chicano. It's really unhealthy. We don't do that in CPI. But we tend to attract people of many different races and backgrounds because our message makes sense. And that's how it should be, right? Is that your message makes sense and you're doing good anti-imperialist work and people want to work with you. And that's the way it is. And that's kind of the conclusion I've come to, is we are anti-imperialists and we support anyone who's struggling against imperialism. And black nationalism is a really important part of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist activism in America. So we support it, especially groups like Uhuru that are being attacked by the FBI. And if you have that attitude and you respect people and you don't tokenize people and you don't turn race into like some kind of unhealthy tokenist fetish, you can just build a group. And that's what we've been doing. And it's been quite successful. What do you think based on what you've observed?
Yeah, I like the way we're organized. I think we're open to a lot of different people, and we do have a message. Our 4 points that we have a message that people can relate to. And, we're focused on the economics because that's, the bread and butter issues are going to be very important. So I like it. I just don't see, the way America's organized. It seems like it's, there's people at the top and then they're just contradictory message and it's just mass confusion and people don't, so it's like, how are we going to reach all these people? I'm just thinking.
Yeah, exactly. And that we have to work with anyone who will work with us. Right now there's people in DSA that are being friendly to us. Great. And, Uhuru, they're under attack by the FBI. They appreciate our support. Great. We will work with anybody to build the anti-monopoly coalition that is needed. And we're a multiracial organization, and we have no problem with that. And we're not pretending that we're the vanguard of the Black Revolution, because we're not, but we are what we are, and we see a job that needs to get done. We're not a vanguard organization. We're not a pre-party formation. That's what people always said when I formed CPI. They said, Caleb, you're trying to start your own communist party, and this is just the practice, and eventually you're going to declare yourselves to be a party. No, we're not. That was never the intention, right? We have a job to do, which is spread anti-imperialism across America. Anyone who will do that job with us, great. And we will empower you to figure out how you can find your voice to get it done. So thank you. Thank you. That's our message. So very good. Well, I thank you for all the hard work. You guys are always out there and we appreciate it. I know you're both going to be at the workshop that we do, the 7-day program and at the convention. So thank you. Gary, you are the best. Penny, you're the best. Thank you for everything. Dare to struggle, dare to win. All right.
So you can see that I sent you the video of the Somali festival. So you're going to play that tonight, you think?
Will do. Yes.
All right.
Thanks. Yep. All right. Great. Now people are asking, can you donate through Buy Me a Coffee? And the answer is yes. And Arlene already did it. And so Carter, I guess he sent his donation through Buy Me a Coffee. Carter. Oh, and now he's gone. So I brought him on and then he's gone. So Carter, if you want to come back on, we'll bring you on. Arlene, if you want to come on, you're welcome to come on. We did receive your contribution. Arlene said, cheers, Caleb. Sending support for CPI. Love your work. Well, thank you, Arlene. And Arlene, you did send the $50. So if you can send us your address, if you want to email me an address at calebmaupin@gmail.com, all one word, I will mail you the book. I will send you the book, right? Because that is our understanding, is anyone who gives us more than $50 tonight, we'll send you this book, the Innovationism book of quotations. And Penny actually stepped up to also give some swag. So we'll give you some magnets, some really cool magnets as well. Carter says, give me a second. Having some connection issues. No problem. No problem. So I think we'll show another video since we just had Penny and Gary from Minneapolis, and we're about to have Carter, who's also from Minnesota. Why don't we show the video of when the woke people disrupted the CPI workshop back in 2023 or 2025. It was pretty wild. This was last year. We had a workshop in Minneapolis, and the local Antifa decided to disrupt us. So we'll put that video on, and hopefully Carter can come on after that. But yeah, here we go.
We went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood.
Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people.
On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night. So we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
We're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes.
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
No, we expected you like turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat, and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, you know, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you on the
Can we see
video.
what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Warning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's.
You know, we're inside and like laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Maupin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt. Gospels or a joke even to trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are going to have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them, because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not going to violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI, they've told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. I screwed up, I did something wrong, and I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was going to get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI.
Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation or myself or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people. They woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. We were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest, because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and we're going to do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way.
Now, that was Carter's first CPI workshop, was that one. Remember that, Carter? You came later.
I do remember that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How you doing tonight, Carter?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very, very well. I'm just hanging out in Minnesota. I wanted to give you a donation. You guys were looking for some cash, so I sent you $10 over Buy Me a Coffee. I just wanted to have conversation with you about William Jennings Bryan. I'm so interested about him, and I find him such kind of a hidden hero in American history in some ways he's not, but just an interesting figure altogether. So if you can just do a rundown on that, I'd just love to hear it.
Sure. Does a sponge think, Carter?
What?
No, that's a reference to his last stand was the Scopes monkey trial.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and
I gotta watch that movie, right? Are you referencing?
Yeah, the movie has absolutely nothing to do with what happened, but it is an actual quote from the Scopes monkey trial. They asked him, "Does a sponge think?" And he said, if the Lord wishes a sponge to think, then it thinks. So
well, that's beautiful. You can see what he's speaking for in a certain way. He's saying even powerless creatures have meaning and have they're not meaningless and they're not useless in society. They're not useless eaters.
Right. Well, and then the response, then I think Clarence Darrow, the attorney, pointed at John Scopes and said, "This man wishes to do the same thing as a sponge. He wishes to think." But anyway, William Jennings Bryan was a populist. He was a Southern populist. And, it's kind of that stereotype of again, this is kind of an interesting, I have family from the South, so I can attest to this. A lot of people don't believe me. I was telling somebody about this and they said, that's not true, but it's totally true. And you probably you understand this, that in the South, it used to be it was considered good for men to be fat, right? Do you know about this? Like if a man was fat, that it was oh, he's bulking up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like it's a weird thing now. To be overweight is kind of a bad look, but I guess in the South, if you were fat, that meant you weren't working out in the fields all day, right? It meant you were like wealthy enough to be fat.
Well, you
right?
were farther away from black people, obviously. I mean, that's the underlying racial reason behind it, right?
Right. And that like the stereotype of a Southern politician, a Southern congressman or a Southern mayor is the big fat guy who fights for the working man. It was that tradition of like Southern populism that, and the populists were originally anti-racist, right? And they had originally been an anti-racist movement. They'd been a breakaway from the Republicans. They were when the Republicans became like a mainstream political party that was becoming pro-imperialist, and they purged the radical Republicans and signed the compromise to bring the troops out of the South. The more radical Republicans, the Free Soilers, the abolitionists, and the socialists, they formed the People's Party. And in the South, the People's Party opposed white supremacy, actually, and many of their statements, they said that that the idea that we need the white race to rule or whatever is backward, and that black people should be empowered and all of that. But gradually, because the Republicans were their opponent, they learned that the Democrats gradually figured out the whole lost cause myth, that white people all had it good until Lincoln came down and ruined it for them. And the populists learned that they could play into that. And it started to become a talking point. One of the most common Democrat talking points in 1900 was that the Republicans gave government jobs to black people. That was one of their most common arguments, was that they would find one black person in Oklahoma who was a federal employee and be like, oh my goodness, they gave a job to a black person. They could have given that to a white person and they gave it to a black person. And so the Democrats started increasing their lost cause myth, which was this lie, because the Confederacy was not good for white workers. It was not. White workers in the South had wages that were exponentially lower than workers in the North, because they were competing with people who worked for free, right? But the idea that somehow abolishing slavery had hurt white workers, the Republicans had stabbed white workers in the back, betrayed white workers, that increasingly became the Democratic Party. And then the reason that Bryan is remembered as not such a good figure is that he was the guy who brought the populist movement into the Democrat Party. William Z. Foster, his political autobiography is called From Bryan to Stalin, because when he was 12 years old, the first political campaign he ever got involved in was William Jennings Bryan's election campaign. And William Jennings Bryan was a populist, and he was a fundamentalist, because the fundamentalist movement was a big movement at the time. And fundamentalism had a class edge to it, because it was weird, because the liberals, the New England Eastern establishment, was promoting eugenics and was justifying the poverty of poor people by saying survival of the fittest. And so fundamentalism emerged as this evangelical Christian movement that was saying evolution is not true, and evolution is a lie that the rich people promote, because they're sinful and they're decadent rich people. It was like a kind of a conservative reaction to the problems, and that fundamentalism was very much a movement of poor people, right? That Billy Sunday, the famous baseball player, who quit after he retired from being a baseball player, he became an evangelical. It would be thousands and thousands of poor people who would go to see him and crowd into stadiums, and he would rant against rich people for not following the Bible, for being sinful and decadent and all of that. And it was kind of, fundamentalism was a poor people's movement in a lot of ways. And so that's an aspect of all of this that kind of gets missed. And that if you read Labor's Untold Story, they talk about the Scopes monkey trial, right, which was William Jennings Bryan's last stand, and they talk about it as a distraction. They say, the media focused on that. It should have been focusing on Sacco and Vanzetti and the labor movement, right? And that it was a culture war. And the other thing is that, William Jennings Bryan was the creationist at the Scopes monkey trial, but his, the person who was reporting on it was from the Baltimore Sun, was H.L. Mencken. And H.L. Mencken was just an awful classist and a racist. And his argument was that the poor white people that were supporting the creationist were inferior genetically and were proof that evolution, so these things are much more nuanced and complicated. But yeah, that's William Jennings Bryan. He was an American Southern populist politician. It's not proven he was ever a member of the Ku Klux Klan, but I will say he didn't criticize them. He made a point of protecting them within the Democratic Party. And that's, again, racism, the Democratic Party, as much as they kind of started talking more about working class issues, they were the racist Dixiecrat party. And until the age of Roosevelt, that didn't change. right? Until Roosevelt, that didn't shift. And the Democrats, you can't really fight for the working class if you're racist. So
there's two things that you said that made me think of things. His vice president, so when he runs in 1892, he runs under populist and Democrat. Like, so he's running on 2 tickets in different states. So in like Wyoming, he's running as populist, and then New York as a Democrat. His populist VP was like the leader of the populist party in the later years, and he was like the main leader. Who is that? You were talking about it the other day, that like the Jewish business owner, factory owner who like supposedly allegedly raped a woman and then they lynched him in the South.
Yes.
He was like the pusher of that, Brian's vice president under the populist ticket. I think it's Thomas E. Watson or something. He was a very interesting figure. He started as like a progressive on civil rights and then moved to the far right and kind of became a new age racist in a weird way. And and I also find the Democrats' foreign policy back then interesting too, because they were the non-intervention party. They were like anti-imperialist. That's how they framed it. Like, that's what they would call themselves, anti-imperialism. They were against the Spanish American War, against the Philippines, all of that. So I find that interesting too. I just find McKinley to be kind of a bad figure in American history. So I think, I don't know. I feel like Brian, despite his differences and despite obviously his flaws, I feel like he kind of would have been a better leader in some ways than McKinley. McKinley wasn't pushing for civil rights. I mean, the Republicans were not the party of Lincoln in the 1890s. I mean, they wouldn't be until, I mean, you can make an argument. I don't even know when, but they certainly were not, progressives on civil rights.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you, Carter. And thank you for your contribution. I'm sure we'll be on talking again in the future. All right. So the next person we're going to bring on, they asked me a question in the chat. I'm not going to read that question out loud. We don't really want to get in a tit for tat about various organizations, but I'll bring him on and I'll vaguely answer his question without, specifically referring to the organization he asked about. And then we'll go from there and see if the conversation goes any further. And then Noah is next. So Z, how's it doing? How's it going, Z? How's it going?
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Z. So I want to answer your question before you go any further. I do want to vaguely answer your question. So the first thing is, you asked about this other organization. This other organization has, they have never been friendly to us. They were formed. People lied to us about the process of them being formed. We reached out to them. They said they want no relation with us, but they have repeatedly lied and said that, oh, well, we invited Caleb to join. He just has too much of an ego. They have been dishonest. They engage in personal attacks, spreading sexual rumors and childish stuff about me. And we can't work with them. And that's not our choice, right? We will work with anybody. Uhuru has very different beliefs than us about things. We'll work with them. The Unification Church has very different beliefs than us, but we'll work with them. But when people have gone out of their way to be hostile, to spread nasty rumors, when they go around telling people that, oh, we offered to work with him, but they won't, you can't work with them at that point. And that's just how it is. And it's unfortunate and it sucks. It's not what I want. But if you, I mean, the amount of vitriol and hate, I believe we were called the short bus at one point. There were a couple of people that are now associated with that group that were trying to lure me to go to a Navalny rally in New York City, which was very scary. And that was really bizarre. And they lied to me and they told me that LaRouche was involved and other people were involved. And I don't know who those individuals are, but it appeared to me they were trying to get me beaten up or attacked at the rally. Look, this is just a fact. And look, we've been infiltrated before. Other groups have been infiltrated. The FBI is in there somewhere. All right. We know this. And we've learned, unfortunately, through experience, the best thing to do is stay away from this group. So that's my answer to your question. I think the people in the chat know who we're referring to. So is there anything else on your mind tonight, Z? You can unmute yourself now, by the way. Oh, you can't unmute. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. What's up? Go ahead. Unmute yourself now, by the way.
Sorry, I'm just very delayed.
That's okay. Oh, go ahead.
Let me know if you hear any delay here. There's a huge delay on my end. I, for some reason, can't hear you out of my screen. But if you're hearing me now, I'll try to jump in and try to work with the delay. So I'm sorry that you went through that, and that was something that you feel very strongly about. I do find your insights into the historical background of things to be worth listening to. And I do think that you have cataloged a great deal of insights that are worth considering. At any beginning of any party, there's some degree of immaturity, perhaps you might say, but we will, work through that, and I think that you should too. And I think that you should see the positive attributes of members that maybe might want to engage from the ACP. And I think that also there's a great deal of synergy between, what the CPI offers. But what do you say to people who perhaps think that maybe you do have a character about you that is quite humorous, and I think that would be worth playing into.
Okay. I guess we're going to wrap this up because I did ask you to not mention that organization by name. And so, I'm going to wrap this up. But I will say that, hey, our experience has been that such groups don't want to work with us. And if people find me funny, I mean, that's on them. We got to be an entertainer. That's what social media is about, and, that's all I can say about that. But anyhow, so it's been fun. But yeah, we're now going to bring on Noah. Good to see you, Noah. How's it been?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good to see everyone.
Yeah. So, what's new?
Not a whole lot. Just sort of keep it on, calling members, trying to get ready for all our great summer events, and looking forward to a fall full of activities. We're really looking forward to, after this fall, really drastically expanding CPI's operations. So I'm really looking forward to. But
very good.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit.
No, we have got really big plans. It's very, very exciting. But you made a really good video a few years ago, or not a few years ago, a few weeks ago, about the fact that that you kind of see social movements as kind of a vehicle for transformation, personal transformation. So I thought we would put that on. Do you want to put that on? Should we put it on?
Sure, we can. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of push on social. Oh, go ahead.
You want to give like a lead into it or an introduction?
I was going to. Sorry, there's a huge delay.
Yeah.
There's a huge delay. Yeah.
That was an issue with the last guest too.
Yeah, it's just a connection thing. But I think that there's a huge push on social media right now for sort of stuff that's self-help adjacent. You see it, and it's gendered too. And it's marketed towards the different gender, but it's the same thing. It's for men, you have what used to be red pill content has increasingly become what they call black pill content. The idea that there's no hope and that your whole life is entirely, genetically mediated from birth, and with women, it's sort of marketed to them through wellness culture. This idea that, oh, well, you're just mentally ill. So, don't try and do anything with your life. And what that is that is the ideology of the ruling class. That is the Malthusian ideology. That is the idea that human beings are animals and that there's, you should know your place essentially. And that's leaking downward, seeping into our culture in a way that's quite negative. And that a lot of this stuff is marketed in sort of a self-help way. It's like, well, yeah, your life is hopeless, but like you can sort of get yours and, do things here and there. And I've noticed that oftentimes, it is marketed towards people who are a bit odd, people who, may be described increasingly as what they might call neurodivergent, right? Somebody who might be autistic maybe, or, somebody who maybe thinks a little deeper than other people. And that these people, they get sucked into, manosphere sort of self-help tunnels. They get sucked into certain organizations that prey on their insecurities about not being normal. And it's really sad. And that it's something that shouldn't happen because, every human being has something to offer humanity. And what is really your challenge as a human being is coming to understand what your contribution to humanity can be and living up to that as best you can. And part of doing that is by joining a social movement, which is what I sort of get into in this video.
All right. Well, let's put it on. All right. We're going to put on Noah's video.
If you spent any time on the Zoomer internet over the past few months, you've probably been unable to avoid clavicular. The 19-year-old streamer and self-described looks-maxer went viral telling his audience that steroids, crystal meth, and extreme self-experimentation will help them ascend, and that it'll improve their looks, their confidence, and their lives. And that's been enough to catapult him across the entire right-wing internet, including what genuinely might be the strangest interview ever aired on the Daily Wire.
Say that she's pretty malformed. Her upper maxilla is extremely recessed, right? She's got the eyes of doom with no infraorbital support.
Most recently, Clavicular, or Clav, as his fans call him, appeared in a live stream alongside a lineup of manosphere-adjacent figures like Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, the Tate brothers, and Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast. The live stream was bizarre, even by internet standards, with the group piling into a limo and singing along to Kanye's single Heil Hitler while doing Nazi salutes, after which they then proceeded to go clubbing? And as surreal as that moment was, even by internet standards, it exposed something actually important. Because Clavicular isn't just a weird internet character, he's a symptom of a broader problem. His rise reveals the underlying fantasy at the heart of a lot of manosphere, quote, self-improvement content, and how it preys on young, isolated, often neurodivergent men by promising that if they suffer enough, if they optimize enough, if they punish themselves enough, one day they'll finally get to be normal. The fantasy shows up everywhere, from explicitly political gender discourse content to apolitical fitness influencers like Connor Sinan or Toji. And there's a reason live streams of some Chad going out to a bar and getting drunk and hitting on women have become so popular. It's like one of the most popular live stream categories. It's because they're selling their audience a fantasy, and it's a harmful one. And I'm not going to lie, I'm exactly the kind of person that this fantasy is meant to appeal to. In fact, I can remember the exact moment I gave up on it. In 2024, I was invited to Sochi, Russia, for the World Youth Festival. In many ways, it was an amazing and transformative experience, incredibly validating in many ways. During the festival, I was able to have a face-to-face with the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, in an exclusive televised Q&A. But one night, there was a lull in activities, and I remember I was walking through the festival grounds as a concert was going on. Some Russian pop stars were on stage, and people were dancing, they were laughing, they were having a great time, and I remember this sadness washed over me. Because in that moment, I realized there was nowhere I could run to. I realized there was nowhere that I could hide from who I was. Even among some of the most high-achieving people, the highest math scores, future politicians, future business leaders from around the world, high-achieving people from Russia, from the developing world, from China, from the BRICS alternative, many of whom had similar politics to me, even among them, I was not normal. Our guide even commented on it to me. I asked her one night, I said, what do you think of Americans? And she said that it felt like many of the people who were there, they just wanted a free trip. It was like a vacation to me. But all I wanted to talk about was geopolitics, obscure political movement. I wanted to talk about BRICS. And later, I told a Russian friend about this experience. And her response was essentially, so what? She said, you're bookish, you're shy, you're a little obsessive. But I like talking to you. And I thought about it, and I realized that she was right. I realized she was right that I'm exceptional. And that the only reason I've been able to do anything that I've done is because I'm different, not in spite of it. And this is the fundamental lie at the heart of individualistic self-help culture online. It's that being normal is the highest virtue that one can have, and it just isn't. Now, that's not to say that self-help in and of itself is wrong, and that self-improvement is also wrong. In fact, self-help as a genre actually has socialistic roots. Samuel Smiles, who coined the term self-help, was a member of the Chartist movement, which was one of the first socialist movements in Britain. What's more, Wallace Wattles, who popularized manifesting with his books, The Science of Getting Rich and The Science of Being Great, was a socialist and a follower of Eugene Debs. It wasn't until Rhonda Burns published her book, The Secret, which took Wallace Wattles' content and removed all the radical politics from it, that manifesting became cringe. What I'm trying to tell you is not that striving to be a better person is bad, but that the empty pursuit of change or improvement, abstracted from social movements, abstracted from society, will be empty, and that true change comes from joining a movement. A perfect example of positive self-help is the life of Malcolm X. Prior to becoming a member of the Nation of Islam and getting involved, Malcolm was a petty criminal. In his autobiography, he describes pimping women, robbing people, and partying as what made up the whole of his life. And had Detroit Red never joined the Nation of Islam, we never would have heard the name Malcolm X. But by joining a movement, by taking history into his own hands, by learning to work with people, by becoming an organizer, Malcolm became somebody capable of changing the world, because the process of changing history, of getting involved in the struggle, also changes you. It teaches you empathy. It teaches you resilience. It teaches you patience and discipline. It transforms you into a person that is capable of fulfilling the role that history has chosen for you. This transformation is not unique to Malcolm X either. Prior to founding the Black Panther Party for self-defense, Huey Newton was a college dropout who made ends meet by shortchanging people. But because Huey was exceptional, and because he got involved in Students for a Democratic Society, we got maybe the most effective working class movement this country had seen in decades. We got the movement that brought us the free breakfast programs, that brought local community organizations, that empowered the Black community to fight for their rights. And think of what the world would have been robbed of if Huey Newton had decided that his interest in revolutionary politics was too weird and wallowed in his misery on the internet. This is another thing that often gets obscured, but Huey P. Newton was a brilliant organizer, he was a brilliant theoretician, but he was not the most charismatic member of the Black Panther Party. That's just a fact. His public speaking was described as awkward and stilted, sometimes overcomplicated. Many felt that some of his political classes were too dense and insular. Huey P. Newton was not normal. And you need to get it out of your head that the only way that you can amount to anything is by desperately trying to be normal. Because oftentimes the people who change history are obsessed. And they're able to accomplish what they do because they are obsessed. Another perfect example, Vladimir Lenin. Lenin was not a normal person, nor was he described in personal accounts as a very charming or personable person. People who knew him say that he talked with a lisp. They say that he would get so worked up about party disputes and issues that he would stay up for days on end, ranting about them to nobody. That he would work himself up into so much of a panic that he had to play the piano to calm himself down. Fyodor Ilyich Dan, a Menshevik and one of Lenin's enemies, once attacked him in a pamphlet, saying, "What are you going to do with a guy who talks, writes, thinks, and breathes nothing but revolution 24 hours a day?" And this was a common attack of the Social Democrats on the Bolsheviks. They said that they were weird, that they were cultish, and that they gave the whole of their lives to the struggle. And it had not occurred to them, there was no understanding that the only reason that the Bolsheviks were able to take power, the only reason they were able to change history, to transform Russia from a backwards agrarian society into a superpower, was because they were weird. If you really want to live up to what you have to offer humanity, you have to embrace the person that you are, and you should get involved in the struggle. You need to join an organization. Now, joining an organization is not easy. Being part of a movement is not easy. I'm not going to lie to you. It involves a lot of rejection. It involves dealing with and understanding people, and that can be very difficult. And it involves sometimes facing persecution and being resilient to that persecution, withstanding it. But I think about the person that I was before I joined the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm so glad that I joined. You know, my favorite American novel is The Grapes of Wrath. And it's my favorite because of how much I relate to the story of Tom Joad and how much he captures what it means to become an activist. I relate to how at the beginning of the story, Tom is selfish, he's mean-spirited, he's short-sighted, impulsive, he's lazy. But by struggling and suffering, by coming to understand the struggle of oppressed people, through getting involved in a movement, he's transformed into a different person. And by the end of the novel, he is somebody who is capable of sacrificing his own freedom to defend a group of striking workers. And after he's made that sacrifices, he realizes he has to run away. And he confronts his mother about why. And the words he says have become a mantra for me. When I've lost or been pushed out of jobs for what I believe. When I've lost partners for what I believe. When life feels hopeless and I start to wonder if my commitment was worth it, I recite these words to myself. He says, maybe a fella ain't got a soul of his own, only a little part of a big soul. And then it won't matter. I'll be all around in the dark. Wherever there's a cop beating up a guy, I'll be there. Wherever there's a fight so hungry people can eat, I'll be there. I'll be there in the way that guys yell when they're angry, or kids laugh when they're hungry and they know supper's ready. When the people are living in the houses they've built, and eating the food that they've grown, I'll be there too. That is what self-improvement means to me. That is what being an activist means to me. And if you are interested in anti-imperialist politics, if you want to take up history's challenge, I invite you to join my organization. It's called the Center for Political Innovation, and there will be a link in the description. Thanks for watching.
That was a great video, Noah. Really spoke from the heart. What kind of reaction did you get to the video? Let me ask.
You know, it was interesting. I had a lot of people reach out to me who, you know, are not really, some of them are just sort of, you know, conservative. Some of them, you know, go to the church that I go to, you know, people I grew up with. And they were like, they said they didn't agree with the politics, but they could sort of, they could see, you know, where I'm coming from. And they thought that I made them think about things they hadn't thought of before. You know, there was also a number of people, which I thought this was very odd. It was like, you know, oh, well, like people don't want to join a mass movement. Like, why do you want people to join a mass? It's like, well, you know, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? That we all have this, you know, that's the point, is that, you know, people don't want to, and that, you know, they're stuck in like blaming themselves or blaming society and doing nothing. You know, when in reality, you know, joining a movement is something that can really be life-changing. I mean, I know it was for me. It was for many people. I'm sure it was for you, Caleb. And, you know, Jordan Peterson, you know, he has that thing. He's, you know, clean your room, right? He says, clean your room. And what he's saying is, oh, yeah. And, you know, what he's saying is that, oh, well, your life has to be perfect before, you know, you get involved with anything, you know, because, oh, well, why do you want to change history when you're not a perfect person? But it's the fact of the reality is it's that, well, it's kind of both, that, you know, by getting involved in a struggle, you know, that changes you and it makes you a better person, and that flawed people change history. I mean, I think of, you know, Martin Luther King, you know, changed the way that we think about race relations in this country, became the face of the civil rights movement. But, you know, you could point to, you know, Martin Luther King, he was a Zionist who cheated on his wife, you know, serially, you know. Yeah, that's true. But does that not, you know, does that mean that he wasn't a great person who, you know, changed the course of history? And do you not think that, you know, by becoming the face of this organization, you know, of the civil rights movement, that it didn't make him a better person, that it didn't make him more loving and compassionate and better at dealing with people? I mean, to rob humanity of Martin Luther King because, oh, well, he wasn't a perfect person, I think that's just ridiculous. That was just such an odd reaction. There was also a number of people who wanted me to, you know, blame women more, I guess, which was odd because I guess the black pill and red pill stuff, you know, it is a response to struggles young men have with women and stuff like that. And it's like, well, you know, I just want to be really mad at women. Like, why are you telling me to like get involved and stuff? But yeah.
Well, I want to show another video you did that you did this video kind of to kick off our fundraising drive about GoFundMe. This was a good video you did, just kind of showing, how GoFundMe mistreated CPI. So I'm going to put that on. We can talk about that a little bit.
GoFundMe just asked us to dox all our members. The Center for Political Innovation is having our national convention this year on August 15th in Chicago, Illinois. Unfortunately, having events like this costs money. They're not free, and they tend to be quite expensive with the need to rent out a venue, to fly in speakers like Scott Ritter and like Garland Nixon, who have spoken at our events in the past.
That's his question. Will you condemn Hamas? Hey, Pierce, invite me. I'll give you the answer. Hell no!
There's also the need to provide travel and housing accommodations for volunteers who come into town to facilitate the event. All in all, an event of this scale and of this nature costs tens of thousands of dollars, and we were planning on relying, at least partially, on grassroots donations supported through platforms like GoFundMe. Unfortunately, GoFundMe has decided that they don't want to platform people like us at the Center for Political Innovation who do the important work that we do. They pulled the fundraiser, citing concerns about our legitimacy as an NGO, and when provided with legal documentation supporting the fact that we are a business legally registered in the United States, they asked us to provide full names, legal names, dates of births, and addresses for every person who might attend such a conference. Now, what an objectively ridiculous request. And I think no other organization in this country would be subjected to this level of scrutiny and this invasion of privacy. And we at the Center for Political Innovation, of course, respect the privacy of our members and of our supporters and would never yield to such requests. And it makes you wonder why it is that we are being targeted in this way. And I think it's pretty clear when you take a look at the important work that we've done all around the world to support peace. Our members have attended World Youth Festivals and the Intervision Songwriting Contests to support peace with Russia. Two of our members even speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Our members have appeared on huge platforms like the Jimmy Dore Show to support an anti-imperialist message. Our members have intervened against politicians and at the No Kings rally. Members in LA have also appeared on huge social media platforms like the Really American podcast to support peace initiatives. In times like these, it is so desperately important that such a conference continue to happen. And we at the Center for Political Innovation are dedicated to making it happen in spite of the censorship from platforms like GoFundMe, although they don't want to facilitate it. We ask that if you could follow the link in the description, cpiusa.org/donate, to donate whatever you can to make sure that this event still happens. Because right now it is more important than ever that the work that we do at the Center for Political Innovation continue to have a platform and that it continue to happen and that this conference happens to make clear that the enemies of the American people are not in Tehran, they're not in Beijing, and they're not in Moscow. The enemies of the American people are on Wall Street and they're in the city of London. The American people don't want war, they want development. What we need is a government of action that fights for working families, and we are committed to making that happen. And we hope that you can help us to do that and help us to make sure that this conference can still happen. Thanks for watching.
Well, anything to add onto that video?
I think it does say it all, but that is a great reminder for folks to donate anything that they can to this. But it is just so ridiculous that they would ask us to do that, let me call up Carter and find out where Carter lives and call up Penny and Gary and just, we'll just make a list of their names and locations and we'll name names before the House Un-American Activities Committee. It's McCarthyism level stuff,
Yeah, they asked for addresses and birthdays. I mean, my goodness, I don't even know people's birthdays. I don't even know people's home addresses. Like, this is craziness, right? Like, oh yeah, we're just going to give, are they going to sell it to a credit card company or something? Like, I mean, this is, it was really, really an absurd request. They just didn't want to, they had been told by the FBI or somebody not to let CPI have fundraise on their platform. And so they invented a technique, right? The crazy thing I found out after we did this video, is that at least they stopped it before we'd raised money. What GoFundMe is known to do is they wait until you've raised the money and they refuse to release the funds to you. And they make these kinds of crazy demands. Isn't that awful?
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, and there's GoFundMe is such a horrible platform, and I mean, the amount of people that are have to rely on a platform like GoFundMe to like pay their medical bills in this country. I mean, the fact that first of all that has to go on, and that like GoFundMe like advertises is like, hey, the American healthcare system sure is broken. Well, why don't you beg a bunch of strangers to give you some money? I mean, good riddance. I mean, it would be nice if they would allow us to use their platform to have an event, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, yeah.
So, Penny made a video at the Somali Day event, and since there's no one else waiting to come on, maybe you should wait and stay on with me while we play Penny's video. You want to do that?
Sure. Yeah, I've never seen this video before. So,
okay. Well, if anyone else wants to join, please come on. Just turn on your webcam. We do ask that you send us $10 as a donation, just to help us raise money. If you give more than $50, we will send you an innovationism book as well as some neat magnet swag. But yeah, so I'm going to keep Noah on here for the time being, but if somebody else comes on, we'll switch them out. But we're going to watch Penny's video message that she recorded for us, from Somali Day, that she recorded. So yeah, she sent this video in. She was going to stream from there, but then it didn't work out. So let's see, the video message that she made at Somalia Day. Oh, here we go. All right.
That's all right. Okay. How did I find CPI? I'm sorry. How did I find CPI? Well, during the beginning of the Ukraine proxy war, I started listening to social media and trying to figure out what was going on. And it hit me that my son was draft age. He had turned 18. So I really needed some answers. And Caleb was talking about imperialism and Wall Street. And then the whole Gaza thing happened. And I was really searching for answers. And Caleb had some good answers. So that's how I found CPI. I started getting involved. And then, what's it been like at CPI events? Well, right now we're out at the Somali Festival, saying hands off Africa, hands off Ibrahim Traore, the great leader of Burkina Faso, the Pan-Africanist. And it's been great hanging out with Gary and other friends, getting to know people and going to events. The first workshop in Minneapolis was crazy with all the protesters, but we did it. We did it. What do I see for the future of CPI? I see that we can be setting up our little beehives around the country and having educational workshops. And I actually want to start a Spanish group here in Minneapolis because I have a lot of connections with the Hispanic community. So let's make it happen. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Yeah, Ibrahim Traore. You know Ibrahim Traore? Can I film you? You want to hold it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to hold it.
Okay. Tell me, what do you like about Ibrahim Traore? Oh, here, let me give you my. Tell me about Captain Ibrahim Traore.
He's my hero. He makes his country beautiful, and he makes his people, belong to his country. He make a huge change. And then he built his own infrastructure, and he is heading in a right and beautiful path. So I love him so much.
Thank you. My name is Penny Archos. I'm with the Center for the Love you. Okay, we're out here at the Somali Independence Festival on Lake Street. We've been out here for about an hour spreading the word about Ibrahim Traore and African liberation. How do you think it went, Gary?
Oh, I think it went great. We talked to quite a few people. Some of them knew who Ibrahim Traore was and they were excited about it. Some of them didn't know so much, but we tried to educate them and tell them about the Center for Political Innovation and how we were imperialists and supporters of resistance in Africa.
You mean anti-imperialist?
Anti-imperialism.
Yeah. Some lady was really happy at first, but she walked away with my lapel mic. So now I gotta get a new one, but we learn as we go. It's been interesting. We talked to a few people, got a lot of thumbs up, and I think it was an educational experience. I think it was worth it. What do you think?
Oh, I think it was great.
Yeah. All right. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win.
All right. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to say something about Ibrahim Traore? Ibrahim Traore, the great African leader?
Yeah,
What do you want to say about him?
he's very good president.
All right. Thank you. Do you want to say something? Say hands off Africa.
Ooh, hands off Africa.
All right. Thank you. Say hands off Africa.
Hands off Africa.
Hands off Somalia.
Hands off Somalia.
Hands off Traore. Thank you.
Okay, how did I find CPI? I don't know, it was a while ago. I think I saw Caleb on Jimmy Dore, and he seemed to make a lot of sense, so I started listening to him. Before that, I was sort of involved with the Democratic Party, but disenchanted, I guess. So I was looking for a real anti-imperialist movement and people that were serious about getting stuff done. And so that's what attracted me. And so we're out here doing stuff. So if people want to do stuff, they should join CPI. And I've had a lot of fun at events. The first one I went to in Minneapolis got protested, so I had to walk through a gauntlet of protesters to get into it. They tried to scare me away, but I'm not intimidated. And it's a lot of fun. And I'm going to the convention in August in Chicago. And I just think it's a great thing that people should join.
What about the future for CPI? What do you want for the future?
Well, right now we are the only anti-imperialists with a message of, nationalizing our resources and using them to build up America instead of doing endless wars. And so I think we are sort of the vanguard, and we're going to continue to grow and motivate people to get involved and make big changes, because we need big changes and revolution. Peaceful revolution, we hope.
Here we go. Hands off Africa, hands off President Ibrahim Traore. Yeah, tell me, President Ibrahim Traore.
I know, but you know him? Yeah, what's his name? Ibrahim Traore. And who are you talking to, hands off Africa? You're talking to someone who?
We are talking to all the imperialists and globalists that want to dominate Africa.
Yes.
The big bankers.
And Center for Political and Innovation.
Innovation, yes, that's us. Yeah, Iran is not our enemy. We're anti-imperialist. We support African liberation. Yes.
Take care, guys.
Yeah. Hands off Africa. Thank you. All right, I'll hold this on and you pass out.
Well, that's great. I mean, that is so great. That, like, what other organization is doing stuff like this, right? You go to, any community festival for different ethnic groups. Name one other organization that would be there educating people about Ibrahim Traore and handing out palm cards about how Iran is not our enemy. It's us, nobody else.
No, and it's something like a church would do, right? Like a really like a big evangelical church, right? We'd go out into the community. We'd like to get to a point where we can have our own sort of, sort of big cultural events, in every city. Wouldn't that be amazing if we had like, a huge cultural event, like a Chinese cultural event that, had a vaguely anti-imperialist message, and the Chinese American community could come out and support, the Chinese Revolution and, the Belt and Road Initiative and, advocate for America to join with it. I mean, it's really wonderful that Penny and Gary can do that. And it's really building community between them. And they're being seen, it's great.
Yeah, this is what real anti-imperialists do. And our LA team, no one does it like they do. And Dan, who's actually on the road right now, he made a video message. So we're going to put on Dan's video. Let me just find Dan's video. Who in the world? What's going on now? Sorry about that. My Telegram is going off. I don't get Telegram.
Stop us from showing Dan.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't get Telegram calls very often, but that's a weird one. But anyway, it's not a number I recognize. So there we go. But anyway, we're going to put on Dan's video next. And, Dan is the leader of our LA group, and nobody does outreach like Dan does. Dan in LA, they're out there just like Gary and Penny. So we're going to put them on. We'll put Dan's video message. He made his video message. So here we go.
This is Dan Nowman Nicewinder, the Western Regional Captain based out of Los Angeles. And CPI is more than just an educational think tank. It's also a refreshing alternative view to political analysis and outreach that is focused on helping to create a movement to demand a government of action for working families. The Center for Political Innovation has a 4-point economic plan that would help create the long-term transition to the kinds of changes that would be needed if we had the kind of government with different priorities. The founder, Caleb Maupin, defines capitalism as profits and command. So people should be the top priority, the first priority, not profits. Economic development for everyone. Abundance for all is also a spiritual reality. Here in Los Angeles, we have a very dedicated core group of activists that have been all around the LA area every week for a long time, reaching the masses with our messages. From the north to the south to the east to the west, all kinds of events, universities, bookstores, and even the beaches. We've been on local television and in popular podcasts. Thousands of people have seen our messages, and we have talked to many people. When do we do this work? Well, we don't need to go into the past or into the future. We don't need a time machine. Who am I talking about? All of us. We need to be proactive now to create the kind of world and communities that we want to live in, one person at a time.
You're muted, Caleb.
I didn't quite get it. Is that a reference to the show Doctor Who? I heard that there's like a police box that they like go into. Is that what that was a reference to, or?
Yeah, it's the TARDIS, which stands for Time and Relative Dimension in Space. And it's a spaceship, but it landed in 1950s England, and its chameleon circuit, which is its magical camouflage, broke. And so it always looks like a police box, but if you go inside, it's a giant spaceship. I don't know how that really plays in, but I guess, CPI is bigger than it appears on the outside. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people have no idea about the roots that we've had, I remember years ago, we went to a Bernie Sanders campaign event in New York City. We were handing out CPI stuff, and the people who came with me were like young college students who had just joined CPI, and they were blown away by how many people knew me, and they were like shaking my hand. I've been doing this a while, and I make quite an impression on people. But you had suggested, you had a favorite video. We were talking today at the planning meeting, about what videos to show. And I guess, we're past 10 o'clock, but that's fine. We'll keep going for a while here. And if anyone else wants to join the stream, I got another good 2 hours in me. So you had recommended that we show when we confronted Sa Ing-wen on the street. So why don't we show that video? And then you can tell why you wanted us to show the video. Shall we do that? Is that okay, Noah?
Sure. Yeah.
All
This is
right.
one of my favorites.
Does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Yeah. So Noah, why did that video, of all the videos to show, why did you want to show that one?
Well, I think it's just a classic. For one, I mean, it's always great. I think it's always great for social media to show interventions, but also, you know, who else but CPI would do an intervention, you know, against, you know, that puppet that we've set up in Taiwan to attack the Chinese people. You know, and Caleb, he sounds like a conservative, you know, you know, get out of our country, you know. Of course, I mean, we don't have any negative sentiment towards immigrants, of course, but I mean, she's a warmonger, and you know what she's selling out not only her own people, but she wants, you know, young American men like myself, like Penny's kid, you know, to go and fight and die, because she's so bitter and power hungry and greedy. That she doesn't really care about the people of Taiwan, and she's okay with Taiwan being used, you know, as a battering ram against the Chinese people, you know, when the largest party in Taiwan as well, you know, wants to join with, you know, the KMT is at this point talking about how they want, you know, to be part of China again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you're working on a video, and I thought, you know, it was actually, I think Phil had the idea that we should show this video, but you're doing a video about how we are like the biggest friends of North Korea in America, right? We have this pamphlet about the Kim Il-sung flower. You do the Juche study group every Tuesday. Join us on Tuesday when Noah leads Juche study group on this channel. And the CPI channel, or this channel and Caleb's channel, whichever one you're watching on right now. But yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about that? And then we'll show, this is a protest that I did supporting North Korea way back in 2012. Do you want to talk about this?
Sure. I mean, well, as a Korean American, you know, I feel, you know, kinship with the Korean people. You know, it does break my heart, you know, that the Korean people are not unified. You know, I really would like to see peaceful unification of the Korean Peninsula. It's such a beautiful civilization. It also makes me sad how, you know, Americans have become the bad guy, you know, in the story of Korea, you know, how the South Koreans don't want us there, that we're, you know, occupying their country. It makes me upset. But, you know, being part of the Center for Political Innovation has been great, you know, because it's allowed me to, you know, be in touch with my identity as a Korean in a way that's not, you know, blatantly pro-imperialist, or is not, you know, full of identity politics. I also think that, you know, it's so interesting, you know, being part of the Center for Political Innovation, all the work we do around the Korean Peninsula, because the list goes on and on and on, going back years and years and years. I mean, we are the North Korea solidarity group, if ever there was one in the United States, between, you know, the Peace MAGA campaign and the Kim Il-sung booklets, the Juche study group, everything that we do. And it's led us to make some interesting friends along the way as well. I mean, we have a complicated and, you know, at times very touching relationship with the Unification Church. And we've done a lot to raise the issue of, you know, Holy Mother Han and, you know, her imprisonment by the South Korean government because they view her as a North Korean agent or whatever. So it's been a ride. It's been, you know, you make friends that you wouldn't never think that you would make. But they're good friends, you know, so.
Here we go.
And hopefully we'll have
have not accepted the occupation of their country lightly. In 1968, students all over the country overthrew their government. It was known as the April Revolution. South Korea has went through a series of right-wing military dictatorships controlled by U.S. imperialism, and the people there are resisting it. Even to this day, they're resisting it. South Korea is holding an election. They will elect a new president of their country soon. One of the people that is running in this election for the Grand National Party, which is the right-wing party in South Korea, which is allied with U.S. imperialism, is this daughter of the dictator, Park Chung-hee. They want to sell out their people. South Korea is an occupied nation that's under the control of U.S. imperialism, and the people there are resisting. Even in the South Korean military, over a third of the people, the majority of the people in the South Korean military that they forced to join by conscription, they see their number one enemy as U.S. imperialism. That's because U.S. imperialism killed 3 million people in that country. We have to side with these people. We have to side with the Korean Trade Federation Union. We have to side with the South Korean workers who are resisting imperialist domination of their country. Even there we have to side with them. And the Workers' Party of Korea is on the forefront of a battle against U.S. imperialism and its decadent, sick, stupid culture. This movie is crap, just like the first Red Dawn, that Americans would even have to fantasize that this country is coming to invade them when they kill 3 million people there. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. We have to side with the Korean people, both in the north and the south, who are resisting our government, and we have to do that by doing everything we can to put a thorn in our government's side. That's why I support Occupy Wall Street, and that's why I support anti-imperialist forces in the United States, no matter what side of any issue else they're on.
We need is jobs, millions of jobs, tens of millions of jobs, not a hate movie. We need jobs, not hate. In the first Nuremberg trial of Nazi war criminals, Julius Streicher was one of those that was sentenced to be executed. He didn't pull any gold teeth, he didn't run any gas chambers, but he made it all possible by spreading hate through the Third Reich. This is a hate movie against the Korean people who have suffered so much. 1/4, at least 1/4 of those incinerated in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were Korean slave laborers. The same U.S. Air Force that refused to drop any bombs on the railroad lines leading to Auschwitz, bombed those Korean slave laborers, burned them alive, and later they killed at least 3 million Korean people during the Korean War. To this day, the center of Seoul, there's a square mile military base in the middle of Seoul, occupied by the U.S. Army. It's as if a foreign army occupied Central Park. That shows you what a colony South Korea is. We need jobs, not hate. Don't go to this hate movie. It's racist, vile propaganda against the Korean people. Don't go to this movie. It's war propaganda. Read the truth. Just like they demonized colonial people all over the world. They demonized a great African leader, Gaddafi, and they tortured and they killed him. But they needed the demonization first before they occupied an oil-rich country that was doing so much for Africa. They're doing the same thing today, the People's Korea. Don't believe their lies. We need jobs, not hate. Don't go to this hate movie. Thank you.
You're talking about
I was used to promote war and aggression around the world. The Korean people want peace. They have been trying to reunite their country for years. There are U.S. military bases all over South Korea. Or will India?
South Korea.
This film is designed to whip us up into a war drive. Our enemy is on Wall Street. He's in Washington, D.C. It's not in North Korea. Peace with 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 Korea.
Yep, crazy. You know, and I'll tell you a couple funny things about that rally. The first funny thing about that rally, I'll tell you, Noah, I'm sure I've told you this before, but I'll tell our audience here, is that the next year after I got my haircut, right, after I had my epic haircut of 2013 and didn't have long hair and a beard any longer, I went to the World Youth Festival in Quito, Ecuador. And at the World Youth Festival, I actually have evidence. I met with the Kim Il-sung youth of North Korea. And I met with them. This was our meeting. I had a face-to-face meeting with the Kim Il-sung Youth Organization of North Korea. They had seen the video. They had actually seen the video in North Korea. They were aware of this meeting. That shows you how important what we do in the United States really is. The other thing is that this rally, it was covered in National Review magazine. National Review magazine ran a headline, "Occupy Wall Street supports North Korea." Like, aha, those crazy communists or whatever. I got a huge amount of publicity for this rally. It got a huge amount of attention. And PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, showed it at one of their meetings as an example of a protest they would never have. They would never do a protest like this. And it's funny because PSL has rallies all the time that no one knows about. But this rally, they would never do that. Oh, they waved Korean flags. That's crazy. Those rallies made a bigger impact than anything. And yet PSL, it was like it couldn't occur to them that like maybe they were doing something wrong. And actually that style, kind of like what we did with Sa Ing-wen, kind of like we did at the movie theater, that's kind of part of the CPI way of doing things. We don't, try to organize around trendy liberal causes and fit in and out DSA. We try to make a big splash by getting the anti-imperialist message out there in a way that will get people's attention and is very theatrical. That's what we're all about. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think some of like the little Maoist clubs, they'll often do, I mean, they're politically backward in many ways, but they'll do, very theatrical protests. I think it's much better than, I mean, what's their alternative? They would have No to Tall show up and at a rally that's about like, I don't know, some Republican has like made a bathroom law or something, and then they would try and argue that like the North Koreans would force them to have better bathrooms or something. That
was the criticism that was leveled at me. I mean, it was so funny because it's like I did those rallies and like every communist in the world in New York City, all of the like old, elderly communists in New York City heard about the rally. And many people said to me, you shouldn't have had it be a pro-North Korea rally. You should have had it be a rally to end the U.S. occupation of South Korea. And you should have invited a bunch of Korean trade unionists and all of this. And you shouldn't have brought North Korean flags. And my response to them is, if I had done that, no one would have noticed. It would have been if we'd had a boring rally, that involved a bunch of Korean trade unionists and we'd all gotten up there and said, we want peace with Korea, no, we don't support. I mean, no one would have noticed. We did it in a theatrical way. We did it in a dramatic way. And also the movie was about North Korea. That's the point. Like the movie, the Red Dawn, I don't know if you know this. They originally made it about China invading the United States. And then they realized they couldn't sell it in China. So they used digital editing to make all the flags North Korean flags.
All them Asians look the same, Caleb. So
yeah. And so we just thought on the opening day of the movie, we would just create a ruckus, and it worked, and it got a lot of attention, and it just made all the old communists really, really mad because they suck. That's why they suck, and no one pays attention to anything they do because they all follow this script, this script of what you're supposed to do. And if you do that, you are ineffective like they are. And it made them all really, really mad. And for years, I mean, like 3 or 4 years later, I was in Venezuela with guys from CPUSA, and they're like, "Are you the guy that did that rally?" And I'm like, "Yep, that's me. I was the guy out in front of the movie theater in Times Square with flags." "Oh, well, you shouldn't have done that. You should have just done it this way." I said, "Well, if I'd have done it that way, you wouldn't know who I am now, would you? You wouldn't know about our organization, would you? It wouldn't have made a splash." And that's what people don't get, that protest, when it really gets down to it, right? They talk about protest versus resistance, right? Like if a group of workers go on strike, they're not making a statement. Like an actual strike is you're cutting into the profits of the boss. That's resistance. You know what I'm saying? But a protest is you're just getting the message out there. So you want the protest to be as theatrical and get as much attention as you possibly can. You have to give the press something to film. You have to make a spectacle. That's what a protest is about. Resistance, that's a little bit different, right? If you're going on strike, you're actually withdrawing. But that's the crazy thing, is the Democrats now have strikes that aren't strikes. They have strikes that are just parades. Well, it's, like in Minneapolis, they have a general strike and they all go to Mall of America afterwards to eat. Well, a general strike is all the businesses are forcibly closed down and all the bosses lose money, right? Like they don't know what a general strike is.
Right. Or they have a boycott. They have a boycott, which is just that it's not a real boycott. Like a real boycott, you would be picketing outside of the business, and you would have maybe 1 or 2 businesses that you're boycotting, but boycott, divestment, and sanctions in its current iteration. Virtue signal to prove to everybody that you're more liberal than everybody else because you don't drink Coca-Cola or go to McDonald's or whatever. I mean,
yeah. 90% of these boycotts do nothing but make the boycotters feel good about themselves, But yeah, we have a couple, and people are welcome to join the chat. We it's still open, so if people want to join the chat, we do have, the stream is open. People are welcome to join. We'd ask you to throw us $10 if you can. That would be great. But people are welcome to join. We got a few super chats. So Jesse Jean said, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." I don't know which matter it is, but you're very welcome, Jesse. We must have talked about something that mattered to Jesse. Paul said, gave us $5. We appreciate that. Paul is a great guy. It was great to have him on. Paul is
amazing
awesome.
Voice, that Paul.
Yes. And Paul is awesome in so many ways. I'm so glad he's going to be at the workshop this summer. And then John just said Lavrov and Rubio recently had an indirect exchange about the spirit of Anchorage. Can you comment? And he sent the link. So I pulled it up. All right. So it says, the other day, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated that during the meeting between Vladimir Putin and Trump in Alaska, where the situation surrounding Ukraine was discussed, only a proposal for approach to a settlement was made and no agreement was ever reached. Can you comment? And Lavrov said, "Indeed, we have been receiving a considerable number of questions on this matter. It is imperative to elucidate the situation as we perceive it. I trust this will provide clarity." U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio asserted that in Alaska, there were only proposals and no agreements concerning the settlement in Ukraine. Consequently, as he put it, it is unclear why Moscow appears so concerned. The reality of the situation is that, viewed in the broader context, several days prior to the Alaska meeting, the U.S. President's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, arrived in Moscow bringing those proposals from Donald Trump. We duly took them into account. President Vladimir Putin pledged to present his response to the Alaska media. Subsequently, in Anchorage, as the two presidents sat down for negotiations, and I must note that Marco Rubio, as your humble servant, was also present, Vladimir Putin, addressing Steve Witkoff, who was likewise in attendance, began to enumerate the U.S. proposal point by point. Following each item in the presence of U.S. President Donald Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he inquired to Steve Witkoff whether he had accurately captured the ideas at Moscow, the head of Anchorage. To each of these queries, Witkoff responded in the affirmative. Therefore, when my colleague Marco Rubio contends that only proposals were made in Alaska and no agreement was reached, I was left to question what precisely is meant by agreement. If one party, in this case in the United States, puts forward a proposal for a settlement, for an approach resolving this crisis, and the other party expresses concurrence with these proposals, then the state that no agreement was reached appears, to put it mildly, inelegant. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also remarked in another engagement somewhere in the Middle East that the United States stands ready to move forward to play a constructive role should the opportunity arise. In his words, the parties together and bringing an end to this war is precisely what U.S. President Donald Trump has been endeavoring to achieve for a year and a half. All of this presumably may be credited as confirmation that there were indeed American proposals in Alaska, which we accepted. However, the quotation I've just referenced further prompts the question. I'm referring to Secretary Marco Rubio's recent testimony in hearings to Congress, during which he stated the United States cannot act as a mediator because it supports Ukraine. Yet, When the interest is expressed in the United States playing a constructive role in uniting the parties, this already begins to resemble a claim to mediation. It is, of course, necessary to bring clarity to the entire situation. Nevertheless, the fact remains, in Alaska, U.S. proposals were discussed and accepted by the Russian side. Wow. So that's big.
Yeah, it seems like a big deal. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't know.
so
We've had so many false starts.
Russia has basically agreed to a proposal from the United States, and now Marco Rubio is saying that no such proposal was made. So something's not right about this whole situation. And there are some people that say, well, you're feeding into the idea that Trump is good. No, I'm just saying something's off, right? And I don't think Trump knows what he's doing. And I mean, at this point, Trump has been so awful with this Iran war and wrecking the economy. I mean, I don't think he deserves any sympathy. But I also think there are different forces pushing him in different directions. And that's why he contradicts himself so much. You know what I'm saying? I think he just doesn't know what he's doing. And I think there are different people within his administration. And that's not a defense. If anything, that's an argument against him. It shows he doesn't know what he's doing. He's incompetent.
Yeah, I think about when like the Alaska meeting first happened and like, the Russians basically laid out their perspective. And like Trump had never heard, first of all, that Ukraine was losing the war. He had never heard that, remember? And then he'd also like never heard about anything that had to do with the Maidan coup or anything, And when Putin said that to him, or when Russian officials said that to him, there were reports that he was like shocked by that. It's like he doesn't have people who have peace on their mind advising him at this point. And it seems like the more anti-interventionist parts of his cabinet have all resigned, in light of how beholden he is to Israel. I mean, Rubio, it seems, really wants to mess up this deal. That's what I sort of got. I mean, and something's just not right. Something's not right.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole situation is very, very bizarre. That's what I'll take from it. But yeah, I guess, while we're here, I'm just trying to think, maybe we should show another video. I guess we'll show, since we're talking about North Korea, we can show Penny do an outreach with the Kim Il-sungya pamphlet, right? We could do that. So why don't we do that? All righty. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I thought I had that video. I don't have that video queued up. So yeah, but I'll get that video queued up. But in the meantime, if anyone else wants to join the stream, it is open. I've got a good hour and a half left in me, at least. I don't know. I may not go that long, but I mean, what has been your reaction to everyone so far, Noah?
You mean everybody who's come on the stream?
Yeah. How do you think it's gone?
I think it's gone really well. It really shows, I mean, what a great group of people we have, with us at the Center for Political Innovation. Just such a diverse group of people, such a well-informed group of people, such a, a group of people who really have the best interest of the country and of their community at heart. And I will say, whenever you go to a CPI event, something that you'll really be struck by is how welcoming the environment is. We work really hard not to create a cliquish environment. I've noticed that, especially with more unhealthy organizations, but naturally humans, they form cliques, right? And, that can be not conducive to new people joining. We orient our members towards, creating a welcoming environment. And then also, I mean, so many of our members are just very, very good at making people feel welcome, at meeting new people, getting to know them and including them in different things, and finding out what people are good at, and how they can contribute. I mean,
yeah.
And I think of what Penny's been able to do, and, in her community. I think of Dan and all the LA people. And yeah, I'm just very, very grateful that, we have a group like this.
Yeah. And, and that it seems like there are a lot of groups that really don't open up opportunities for their members, right? Especially some of these more social media based organizations. It's just like, watch this person on social media. Well, it's like, no, we're constantly trying to find what our members are good at and give them a platform to do it, help them to do it. Right. And You know, Penny's just always out there doing outreach. Dan is there. I mean, you're always out there. We're going to be in the streets next week in New York. Details to come. You know, and I mean, and you've represented us at international gatherings before. I mean, you know, you actually got to speak to the Russian president along with me, right? We were represented America with the Russian president at that meeting. Remember that?
I do. I mean, yeah, I mean, CPI has really helped me personally grow as a person, you know?
Yeah.
I never would have been able to have that opportunity. I mean, I've been able to, you know, appear on Iranian television, you know, Penny and myself and you have appeared on, you know, on television in Cameroon. You know, I've been able to speak at a UN press conference and raise the Uhuru case and talk about solidarity with North Korea. I mean, being part of the CPI really, really opens up opportunities for you. I mean, I don't know where people get this idea that, you know, Caleb is hoarding all these opportunities for himself. And he's like, you know, he's a self-obsessed narcissist or something. I mean, yeah.
Rachel, if you want to send a question, you can just send your question as a written question if you want. That's fine. You know, you can go to buymeacoffee.com and send your question that way. We would prefer that you come on with your face, but you don't have to. You can go to buymeacoffee.com and send a question. You can put your question as a super chat. You know, if you don't want to come on, send a question, but questions are appreciated. That's what we're here. You can ask anything. But while we're waiting for somebody else to come on or somebody else to send their question, we will put on Penny's video about talking about Kim Il-sung at the University of Minnesota.
You ever seen this flower?
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing?
Good.
You ever seen this flower?
No.
It's called Kim Il-sungia. Find out all about it. Hello. Have you seen this flower? Have you seen this flower?
I think so.
You can't get it in America.
Okay.
It's called Kim Il-sungia.
Oh.
Yeah, North Korea.
Yeah.
It's grown all over North Korea because in 1964, Kim Il-sung went to Indonesia and they were growing this flower, and President Sukarno named it after Kim Il-sung as a symbol of eternal friendship between Indonesia and North Korea.
Okay.
This is Penny Arcos, the regional captain for the Minnesota chapter of Center for Political Innovation. I've been out here at the University of Minnesota passing out these books for a couple hours about the Kim Il-sungia flower. Had a lot of positive reactions. Most people were curious. They don't know much about North Korea, but they were willing to learn. It's called Kim Il-sungia. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it grows all over North Korea. In 1964, Carl Ludwig was growing it in Indonesia. And Kim Il-sung visited Indonesia and saw how beautiful it was. And so Sukarno, the president, decided to name it after Kim Il-sung as a symbol of eternal friendship between Indonesia and North Korea. And shortly after that visit, America overthrew Indonesia. Hello. Have you ever seen this flower?
No.
It's called Kim Il-sungia. CIA gave the information to the military to slaughter thousands of Chinese ethnic people and the supporters of Sukarno because he had been a populist leader. He built infrastructure and schools and wiped out illiteracy. Obama's mother brought him to Indonesia where he married his stepfather, and they were part of this slaughter.
What organization is it?
Center for Political Innovation.
All right.
Have you ever heard of it?
Left wing, center, right wing.
Well, we are innovationists, so we don't claim left wing, right. We claim that we want a government of action that fights for working families so that nations can develop and trade with each other instead of having forever wars. And we can break free from the world that's run by Wall Street and London and have innovation for everyone.
Siblings might support it.
Okay.
Because they're kind of...
This is a monument they built in Senegal for their struggle, for their freedom against the colonialism, when they broke free of colonialism. And they made a monument in Senegal for their independence. They supported the Black Panthers and Cuba. North Korea supported the Black Panthers in their struggle against the FBI and repression. So the economic system, World Economic Forum, they want you to live in a pod and eat bugs, right? And they want everyone to depopulate and degrow and hold back. But we understand that humans are creative and they want to grow. And despite all these wars, we have optimism. They call them dictators because they have an economic system that is not dominated by Wall Street. Are you going to school here?
I am, yeah.
What are you studying?
American Studies.
American Studies.
Yeah.
So what does that translate to in the real world?
History.
History. So you'd be a history teacher?
Probably not. I don't like academia anymore.
You've heard of Free Palestine, right? Everybody says Free Palestine. Well, they supported the Palestinian struggle against the imperialist globalist system. The ambassador of Palestine to North Korea and his wife were unable to conceive. And so what's really sweet is that Kim Il-sung sent a fertility expert to help them conceive. And that's their daughter, Jendele, which is named after another flower. And then this is about the Iran war. Democrats and Republicans are complicit. And
I agree.
The Greater Israel, we support a peace bridge across Russia and Alaska for development instead of war.
Awesome.
What's your name? The economic system that has broken free from Wall Street, we call it anti-imperialism. The economic system is globalism, imperialism, Wall Street, big banks that are waging all these wars to keep people down and keep it from developing like they're doing in West Africa right now.
Yeah.
But China broke free. They were controlled by the Japanese invaded, the British invaded. They broke free and they built 31,000 miles of high-speed rail. They have 5-year economic plans. What's happening to our bridges in America?
I don't know.
They're falling apart.
I didn't.
Right? They're not investing. Right? In that bridge.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
The Kerch Bridge from Russia to Crimea, it's indestructible. No matter how much Ukraine tries to destroy it with bombs, it's indestructible. We advocate for building a peace bridge from Russia to Alaska. And that's what the peace talks have been about. And hopefully these peace talks will have fruit this time. This is a project that's been in the works for many, many, many years. Instead of war with Russia, we would have development poles all across Alaska and Russia, and that would build the economy and just amazing stuff. And we have workshops.
Stop you, but I consider myself politically neutral, and we are Bible students. We promote God's kingdom as the solution to the problems that we're seeing in the world, as far as governments fighting governments. We're all God's people, all across the globe.
Yeah.
And so we have a global brotherhood. We have people in every country across the globe.
Yeah.
And so we promote that versus, man's government, which is so divided.
You're true. And part of that is we believe that God is the creator of all beings and that human beings have a creative spirit. We want to innovate. We want to create. And the economic system that's run by Wall Street is holding that back. They want everyone to degrow and depopulate and live in a pod and eat bugs. And we do promote the spiritual aspect of human growth. And we do believe that there is a spiritual connection.
Yeah.
And we want...
And that no one race is better than another race.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And so we have a vision for America. We were outside the jail for Maduro, saying free Maduro. And when the siege on Palestine began, no jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. So we want people to understand it's about the economic system. And we have a vision for America to just make it beautiful and everybody be able to get along. And we support countries that are breaking free of imperialism, globalism. So our founder has a vision for America that's bright and optimistic instead of all these wars. We want to partner with that system and have mass mobilization to rebuild the country, get all the unemployed, get all the troops home, build our bridges, build our schools, public ownership of natural resources so we can sell the timber and the gold and the oil on the market and invest in education and healthcare and public control of the banks. Right now we have a private bank called the Federal Reserve that lends money at interest. All these taxes are just going to the interest on the debt. And then Trump wants to $1.5 trillion for war, right? And because that's the only thing our economy is based on is war.
Yeah, we just sent all the money to go for the war, but then there's so many people in debt, there's so many people without homes, without food, and then there's little kids struggling.
Exactly, and that's because Wall Street owns our politics. And of course, the Zionist regime. We have a leader who has been around the world supporting anti-colonial, anti-imperial movements. He has spoken with Putin about the African People's Socialist Party. You remember Uhuru got raided and when Trump got raided, right? We support them. And he interviewed Ibrahim Raisi before he was mysteriously unalived. His family, Charles Finney, was a Christian pastor who was part of the mass movement of Christians against slavery. And so we're spreading a mission of hope. Instead of Wall Street that's holding back development and making all these countries poor, we want to ally with countries that are breaking free and break America free. You can, if you want to scan that, you can, or it's yeah.
Okay.
And we have a 4-point economic plan to rebuild America.
Yes, I have to run, but I'll definitely read it.
Yeah,
It's nice
yeah.
to meet you.
What's your name? In the end, everybody was very receptive to our economic plan, and they understood that Wall Street is holding us back, and they don't want these wars, and they do want development. Especially, we have all these kids that are studying and are going to be in debt for the rest of their lives, and they want to study, and they want to grow, and they want to learn, and that's what the human spirit is about. So it's been a great run.
All right. Well, Noah, I want to give you the last word if you'd like. So go ahead, give us any last comments before you go. I know you said your strength is fading. So what's on your mind? Any last remarks?
Yeah, gorgeous Cornelius Cardew song and great work from Penny. Really in awe of her ability to put herself out there. It can be really difficult. You really got to force yourself to do it. So she's really brave for doing that.
Excellent.
Good night,
All right.
everyone.
Well, thank you, Noah. Dare to struggle, dare to win. And I'm sure we'll see you at least on Tuesday for Juche study group. So yeah, there we go. All right. Now, there were a couple people waiting to come on, but they have left the chat. I actually had them ahead of Phil because Phil had come on once already, but now I guess they have left the chat. So people are welcome to join. But go ahead, Phil.
Hey, Caleb.
Hey,
sorry.
welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, to come on a second time, but I just had to come on and say, this thing with Iran, I mean, I'm sad to say that, I voted for President Trump, and I wish I could take that back because he's doing a really horrendous job. I mean,
Well, you're not the only one who feels that way. Millions of Americans are in the same place as you. I mean, he said no new wars, and he launched a new war.
Yeah. And again, this is why I made the comment about him telling certain people you're fired. Because basically, I think that those two individuals are heavily influenced, not only by the deep state, but by, the Israel lobby, and also, the competing powers to be, within this country.
Yeah.
And I mean, he came in and he said that he was going to end the Ukraine war in one day.
Yep.
Hasn't happened yet. He said that he wasn't going to start any new wars. Of course, that hasn't happened, And now tonight, he started the bombing with Iran again.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's all
this
about
guy,
the balance of forces, Phil. We got to build a movement. There's no alternative.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to be in the streets with us, later this week. Don't say where because we don't want the enemy to
No.
ahead. But you're going to be in the streets with us, as are others. We're going to be in the streets, and I know you're going to be in the van to Chicago. We got to build a movement. There's no other way. We have to build a movement, and so that's what we got to do. So thank you, Phil, for being so dedicated. and we'll be in touch. We'll probably see each other
All
at
right.
church.
Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Phil. You're a beloved member of our community. And, hey, join the stream. I saw there was somebody who called themselves Comrade Number 3. I would have brought them on. I was just waiting for the video to end. So if you want to come on and talk to me, that's great. I'm going to go for a little while longer here. If anyone else wants to come on, we do ask you shoot us a contribution. If you're going to come on, that would be appreciated. But yeah, if Comrade Number 3 or number 12 or number 72 wants to come on, I don't know. You have a number, right? It's like a prison or something, but yeah, so I guess while we wait for people to come on, I'm going to show another video. This is a video that we did. It was about like CPI as a community. So we'll put this on. We'll put this on, and we'll do that. And then, yeah, people are welcome to join. We're taking people, I've still got energy. So yeah, the stream has been very productive. We have raised a really good amount of money. We may have to do a couple more of these. We'll see, but yeah, here we go.
Jumping Jackson, we're good.
All right.
So I decided to go to a Chicago workshop, and Caleb explained the economics of why our country is taking us to war. It's part of the economic system of globalism, imperialism.
The thing that struck me was that he was very passionate about what he was saying. He was very passionate.
Be myself and not be judged, for who I am.
I knew about the Trotskyist to neocon pipeline, but I didn't know why that was. I thought it's kind of a mystery. What I found by learning from Caleb is that the common thread is anti-populism. It's a distrust of the vast majority of working people.
The idea of defining capital as profits in command, and that's a brilliant definition to simplify it for people.
To try to actually build a community in the United States and also caring for one another.
I remember looking over the room and I saw all of the people in that room. It was a packed room. It was almost 150 people. And there was just this energy of acceptance, of goodwill towards other people. And they could just have a good time. And I remember thinking this is for me. I could do this. I'd like to do this for my life. I want to be an anti-imperialist.
I was just looking for a real organization, an authentic organization that really wanted to had a positive message and really wanted to build up America.
Have friends who are like-minded in the sense of trying to find the answers of becoming a real anti-imperialist. So I found it very enlightening, and I was inspired to start my own chapter of CPI up in Minneapolis.
And yes, I was pushed to be a better activist. I was pushed to be more socially oriented. But I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for being the way that I was.
The LA group, what a great team of guys. It's just been such a rewarding experience.
And I've made some great friends along the way.
I remember feeling, for the first time in a long time, like I belonged somewhere. And I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for knowing things. People were interested in talking about the things that I was interested in talking about. And I could speak freely about my opinions, and people were fascinated.
He was talking about someone who drew a picture of him, and it was very funny. It was him in a suit and tie, which is what he was wearing, I think, that day that he was streaming. And he had, in this picture, there was him in his red hair that someone had drawn, and he was supposedly yelling, and I thought that was hysterical because they really captured the passion, and I think they were trying to be funny, but he showed that picture, and I hope he shows this picture because I think it's hysterical. It's not like sort of old man yells at cloud, but it kind of has an old man yells at cloud energy. But what he was really yelling at as I got to know him as a person and look at his streams, was that he was yelling at what this country and what imperialism is doing to the rest of the world. And he was really trying to educate people to that effect. And having that level of passion is going to bring out different sides of you that some people may understand, some people may not get. But I certainly did get it because I have the same fiery, passion as well. So in that, we are all kindred spirits at CPI, but certainly seeing Caleb that first time on YouTube, on his live stream, just going off.
Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Revolution, in one of his speeches, he said, if a person's political line is incorrect, his very soul is incorrect. Now, that's often misquoted or translated as, if a person has the incorrect political line, it is as if he has no soul. Well, I'm going to say that Mao had it backwards. I would say that it's not that if a person has the incorrect political line that he has no soul. I would say that if someone has no soul, then they have the incorrect political line. That's what I would say. And if we are not espousing optimism and hope, we have the wrong political line, no matter what we say. Yeah. Okay. So the stream is open. People are welcome to join. It's still open now. Just hop on, right? Ask me anything, right? Trolls can come and troll. You can just, whatever we want to do. There were 2 people that jumped in. I was ready to bring them in, and then they got cold feet and went away. So they're welcome to come on. John is asking, how many super chats do you need to play the 15th 5-year plan song? We can get 4 more super chats here tonight. We'll do the 15th 5-year plan song. How's that? It's a favorite. It's a long-time favorite on this channel, the 5-year plan song. We'll do that. 4 more super chats after John's here, and we'll do that. And in the meantime, it's welcome. People are welcome to jump on. I've got at least another 40 minutes in me. I don't know. I'll be here for a little while. But yeah, 4 more super chats. We'll put that on. And, John requested. So this was an idea. All right. We got 1 more, right? 3 more and we're good to go. But John requested, so last year before the convention, we did a rally to support Ibrahim Traore, and it was kind of a joint rally to promote our convention and also to honor Ibrahim Traore. It got over 100,000 views. It is the top viewed video on this YouTube channel. I think it's now down to like 97,000 because YouTube is tricky like that. But it is the top video of all time on this YouTube channel, where we just hit the streets of Chicago to talk about the great African leader Ibrahim Traore. So while we wait for more people to come on the stream, we'll play this.
Africa is not a mistake to be fixed. Africa is not a failed continent. Africa is the womb of the world, the cradle of civilization, the keeper of tomorrow's hope.
We know that Ibrahim Traore is the future of the African continent, that he represents the African wing of the global anti-imperialist movement.
We see that he's providing health care for his people, he's putting people first, he cares about the infrastructure, he's creating systems so that people can thrive instead of being in poverty like we have here in this country.
So we are here telling people, hands off Africa. The colonialists need to mind their business.
Why is he a dictator in the mind of the American media? Well, because he cares about the people of Burkina Faso. Let me tell you what Ibrahim Traore is doing. He has got agricultural projects. Burkina Faso is having a farming boom right now because of this great African leader. He has just made a law that any woman who has a child, her medical bills are completely eliminated. It's free to go to the doctor and have a child in Burkina Faso, in this African country, because mothers and maternal care is so important.
You speak of democracy, yet uphold a global structure where the powerful few veto the dreams of the many. We will no longer whisper in rooms where we deserve to speak with full voice.
He's not a criminal, he's just being there for his people.
And if we could just follow his example.
The forces that are trying to overthrow Ibrahim Traore are the same forces that keep Americans poor. We want a prosperous America, not one that is so focused on maintaining the global economic system that our own citizens live in poverty.
He admires Gaddafi, he admires Patrice Lumumba, he admires all the great African leaders of the past, and we're here to say that American working people should look to Ibrahim Traore as the kind of leadership we need. A builder, a constructor, someone who lifts people out of poverty, someone who stands with the new economy rising in the world of the BRICS with Russia and China.
Donald Trump, look at this man. Try to be like him. Don't be like Zelensky. Don't be a worm. Be a president like Ibrahim Traore.
New economy emerging in the world, and it's based on real wealth. What China's doing with the Belt and Road Initiative, what Russia is doing with the Eurasian Economic Union, what is happening in Latin America with Bolivarianism, with the axis of resistance. There's a whole new economy. And this fake Wall Street derivative rip-off usury economy of Wall Street and London, that economy is the past. And the only future America is going to have is joining this new economy.
Imagine what we could have in this world just by doing what he's doing for his people.
What we need to do is get the United States to link up with this new economy in the global south and in the east, right? They lifted 1 billion people out of poverty in 20 years, right? We could be part of that. Instead, Donald Trump, on orders from Benjamin Netanyahu and the international banks, is trying to destroy that new system. No, we don't need to destroy it. We need to join it.
We are a spiritual people. Before your cathedrals, our ancestors sang to the sky. Before your missionaries, we knew the language of the rivers and the laws of the sacred forest. Christianity came, Islam came, and we received them not as slaves but as seekers. But now we ask, will the church and the mosque stand with us, truly with us, when all people are displaced by greed, masked as globalization? Will your pulpits echo our cries or only repeat the songs of the powerful? Faith, too, must be decolonized. It must walk with the poor, not the privileged.
Well, we're having a really important event coming up on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in North Lake near the O'Hare Airport. We're going to have speakers talking about the Houthis and the Yemeni movement. We're going to have speakers talking about the Palestinians. We're going to have speakers talking about Africa and what's going on there. We're going to have speakers talking about the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. We're going to have music. We're going to have traditional dancers from the former Soviet Union. It's just going to be really amazing in so many ways.
Anti-imperialist speakers, cultural performers, dancers, music. It's going to be really special. 500 like-minded people.
If you can't make it, send us a donation to cover all the costs. It certainly costs a lot to rent out this big venue and get everyone there.
And to the youth of Africa, to the young boy selling oranges by the roadside, to the girl who walks 10 kilometers to attend school, to the child whose only toy is a stone but who dreams of stars. You are the reason we fight. Do not believe the lie that your continent is cursed. You are the blessing. Do not envy foreign passports. Be proud of your name, your land, your roots. The world may not applaud you now, but the future will speak your name in honor.
So we need to be paying attention to him. We need to be supporting him, and we need to be in unity around the principles that he's advocating for as a leader.
And he is standing up to AFRICOM, standing up to NATO, saying, U.S. out, we want to develop Africa for African people, not for the bankers on Wall Street who are not only keeping the people of Africa poor, but keeping people in this very city poor. Why are there so many homeless people in America? Why is our infrastructure falling apart? It's time that we hired the China Railway Company to build high-speed trains throughout the Midwest, connect Chicago to Washington, D.C. and to Los Angeles with high-speed railway. That's what we're talking about. We're saying it's time that we start having an education system that makes our kids smarter. We have social media apps that train our young people to be more confident and more physically fit. We need a government that invests in people, not a derivative rip-off government that makes profit from prison and war and death and destruction. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. And in Burkina Faso, this impoverished African country, they have such a government right now. They've got a builder, a man who believes that human beings are the source of real wealth in the world. And he is investing in his people, and they are raising up the population, raising up the life expectancy, raising up the living standards, raising up education, raising up health care, raising up access to a decent life. That's the kind of government we need here, a government of action that fights for working families. And they're keeping you poor in this country as well. It's an absolute disgrace. We need leadership like Ibrahim Traore. We need programs that will allow people to raise children. We need people to have jobs and education in schools. We don't need to be starting war after war, bombing people in the Middle East, bombing people in Africa, funding terrorists in the Horn of Africa, and then banning people from coming here. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen. That auditorium is going to be packed. It holds 500. We think we can fill it. It's going to be a great event. So I hope you join us July 12th.
Long live Ibrahim Traore! Long live Ibrahim Traore! Long live Ibrahim Traore! Long live Ibrahim Traore!
It was actually really hectic trying to get the sign together.
Not taking orders from anybody.
As you can see, it's kind of jerry-rigged up. We kind of didn't have the right stuff. We had to go back and forth to Home Depot 3 or 4 times, but it took us 2 hours to set up the banner. But the reaction's been pretty nice, right?
They want you to believe there's too many people in the world. Bullshit! Bullshit! We need more people because human beings, human labor power is the source of all wealth. We need a government that invests in people, provides people with jobs, provides people with health care, provides people with education, and builds and constructs. Don't invest in bombs, don't invest in prisons, invest in people, human beings, and our creativity. We are the source, and we need a pro-people government. And that's what Ibrahim Traore is on the African continent. And that's why he's teaming up with China to build power plants. And that's why he's enabled thousands of Africans to become farmers and have their own orchards and have their own fields. Behind him, we have got whole fields of wealth. That's what he's about.
I do not come to declare war, I come to declare will. So we will not kneel to fear. We will not kneel to foreign banks. We will not kneel to outdated empires masquerading as friends. Africa is not asking for a seat at your table. We are building our own, a table where no child eats last, where no nation is silenced because it lacks nuclear arms, where justice is not filtered through the lens of race or history, but shared as breath is shared. This is our vision and this is our vow. Let the world hear it today and always. Africa will not kneel.
We need a government like Ibrahim Traore in America. That's what we need, a government of action that will fight for working families. So join us in Chicago, July 12th. Working families first, defeat the deep state for a new world of peace and innovation.
The most revolutionary thing to do, as Ibrahim Traore is showing us, is to build. Not destroy, but build. We need to build our way out of this global crisis. We can't bomb our way out of it, right? They're trying, but the more they try, the more trouble they get their system into. They need to join the new system that is already being built. And that's the message of our conference.
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Yep. That was the video we did for last year's conference. So we got a question that came in via Buy Me a Coffee. And we had John pointing out only 2 more super chants to play the 5-year plan song. So someone on Buy Me a Coffee named Michael said, wondering if you know anything about the Indivisible political group, if you have any background on them. So Indivisible is Indivisible. It's also known as Indivisible Project, Indivisible Civics, Indivisible Action. It's an anti-Donald Trump activist group. If you look at their website, they look kind of like No Kings. They have No Kings signs on there. They talk about Donald Trump being a fascist. However, they do seem to back more like DSA-ish kind of candidates in the primaries. It was started by Ezra Levin and Leah Greenberg. Now, Ezra Levin, he comes out of AmeriCorps, and Leah Greenberg was a State Department employee. She was an advisor to the State Department on human trafficking. And she was one of the human trafficking squad of the U.S. State Department. And they actually started this like political group back in 2016. They published this manual, and they started this group. This is just part of the woke Democratic Party apparatus. It may be that they're more favorable to the DSA wing than they are to the urban political machines. And I pointed this out. That's kind of the divide in the Democrat Party right now, is that you have kind of the progressive apparatus versus the urban political machines. And if you look at who they've backed so far, they seem to be largely backing kind of DSA-ish candidates in the primaries, which indicates that many people are upset and want more of a progressive agenda. So We'll see. And again, there are different, DSA is a big tent. There are different forces involved. In some ways, though, the urban political machines are more socially, socialistic and more economically progressive. But there's a person in the chat, and I just want to point this out, right? He keeps posting things in the chat, insisting that Mao is the same as the Fabians, which is not true, insisting that communism is all a big Yale conspiracy. And yet this is an open stream, buddy. If you want to come on in, right? I have talked about Mao and his relationship with the Yale program. The Fabians were the face of social democracy. I've talked about the Bertrand Russell and how he came to China and how Mao's New People Study Group opposed him. If you want to come in and argue that the anti-colonial revolutions of the 20th century were all just a big conspiracy, come on, let's talk about it. What are you afraid of? This is an open stream, buddy. Come on in, right? And you probably have some good points, and there has been a lot of funding of leftism from the rich and powerful. You're not completely wrong in what you're saying, but it's like you dump all this info in the chat like you've owned me, but you won't come in and defend it. And I don't understand, right? I mean, you're kind of right. You're not completely wrong. But you've got kind of a conspiracy narrative that kind of obscures, action. It's kind of like this common narrative that all the anti-colonial revolutions are all a big conspiracy. No, they're not. The Fabians, that's the right wing of British social democracy, and communism and the Marxist-Leninist movements of the 20th century, they're not the same thing. Mao attended the Yale Studies program because he was an academic, right? And Bertrand Russell and Mao were enemies, and Mao protested Bertrand Russell. In fact, this book here that I've got, this 3-part history of the Chinese Communist Party, talks about how Mao wrote pamphlets debunking Bertrand Russell, and his New People Study Group debunked him. And Mao was a Kropotkinist anarchist. Then they eventually merged into the Chinese Communist Party. And this is what the conspiracy folks do, is they take true things that are not well known and they extrapolate things from it that are false. And you're afraid to come on. You don't want your ideas to be challenged. You're sticking to this narrative that allows you to hide in that there's no hope, right? And that's what this kind of narrative does. It's all just a big conspiracy. It's all a big part of the Illuminati. So therefore, you don't have to do anything, right? The Fabians visited America. So what, right? And the Fabians were who the Russian Revolution was against. Right? Go and read Left-Wing Communism by Vladimir Lenin. They hated the Fabians, right? The Fabians are that's like Keir Starmer, right? That's Keir Starmer. That's the British Labour Party, right? And you're just, do I know who I'm talking to? I'm talking to somebody in my chat who is arrogantly dumping this. It's all a giant conspiracy stuff and won't come on and talk to me. Come on and talk to me, right? Come on and talk to me, right? Just come on. We got the link. You're welcome to come on. Right. I don't understand. You want to come in here. They visited Woodrow Wilson before he was president. So what? Why are you surprised that the British Labour Party, one of the major political parties in Britain, would meet with the president of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, who called himself a progressive? Woodrow Wilson. Why is a Democrat president meeting with the leaders of the British Labour Party? Why is that surprising to you? Right? What is it that you're getting at here? I'm waiting for the part where this proves me wrong in any way, right? But anyway, I guess this person doesn't want their ideas challenged, or they have a lot of information. They say a lot of true things, but it doesn't add up to what they're saying. So I mean, they're trying to make the case that there is no hope, that it's all just a big part. We don't need any activism, and that's not the truth. But this is an open stream. People are welcome to join. I'm not here to prove you wrong. Okay, so what are you doing? Then come on and talk. Tell me how I'm right. I don't understand why you're dumping all this information in the chat, but yet you won't come on. I don't get it. I don't get what you're trying to accomplish here. So, tell us what you are trying to accomplish here, right? So, yeah. But anyhow, so yeah, the stream is still open. I do have some remarks I'm going to make to wrap it up when we're ready to end, but I don't think we're ready to end yet. So, yeah, there you go. Great stream, and tell us the real story. LOL. Yeah. Join the stream. It's open. People are welcome to hop on. Yeah, but we've been going over 5 hours now. our members said some great stuff. I really appreciate the way our members came on. Special shout out to the person who gave the big contribution, and special shout out to everyone who's contributed. We do appreciate everything that everyone's done. This has been an important day. We've got to raise the money to do what we're going to do in August. Just a reminder of what we're planning. So July 22nd, we're going to be represented at the Uhuru Appeal in Federal Court. August 12th through 19th, we're having our 7-day national training program, which will include a France Out of Africa rally and our national convention. That is the plan. We're trying to raise funds in order to make it happen. So if you can send us a contribution, that would be appreciated. Everyone who gives us more than $50 gets one of these books for free. You give us more than $75, we give you access to the chat bot that Mike made. He'll show you that. If you give us more than $100, we'll send you a copy of my new book signed. That'll be great. I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, we got some good stuff going on here. We got the Juche study groups that are happening once a week. We got all kinds of great things that is happening. So again, you just continue dumping information in the chat. The promise of the American, this is where America has been taken over by communists. No, that's not what happened. The Eastern establishment is not synonymous with anti-imperialism. But again, why are you just dumping all this info in the chat? Why are you just dumping it there? Why don't you come on and talk to me? You just keep dumping all this info in the chat, right? So again, what is your point, right? But anyway, I guess I'm not ready to wrap this up yet. I'm willing to give this another 15, 20 minutes. 2 more super chats. We'll play the 5-year plan song. So why don't we, I'll come on any other time. Okay. Well, send me an email, calebmaupin@gmail. Send me an email. I bring people on, calebmaupin@gmail. All one word, email me. All right. So if anyone else wants to come on, feel free to come on. I guess we'll do another video. 2 more super chats. We'll do the China thing. I do have some concluding remarks I want to make, and we'll go from there. So here we go.
Globalism, imperialism, as I understand it from CPI, is a financial system that is run by Wall Street and London, where giant international corporations spread their tentacles around the world, holding back development.
You look around this country, they are literally unpaving the roads in 27 different states. Municipalities cannot maintain paved roads. They don't have enough money. They're unpaving roads all across America. Our life expectancy has gone down by 2 years. Is Iran the one doing this to us? No. This is being done by big corporations, vultures, bankers that are looting the public budget to serve an international system.
How I define globalism/imperialism is degrowth, while the private banks and private corporation grows and scams the regular working person in America. And it's modern time colonialism.
Globalists, elite, oligarchs, corporatists, the deep state. I mean, it's all that same class of people that are at the top, and they want to stay at the top.
They sink their fangs into Africa. They sink their fangs into Latin America. They sink their fangs into Asia. And they have U.S. military bases to accompany the corporations to extract huge profits from across the planet, while we, the American people, the American working class, American working families are left behind.
Not only are they doing something that's immoral by conquering other countries, but they're also doing it in a way that does not benefit the working people of the core empire. It only benefits this global ruling class that has hollowed out industries and has financialized everything.
Nigeria is a country in Africa with so much oil, but the people of Nigeria are in deep and utter poverty because their oil is controlled by ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron, and they are prevented from building up their own economy. And there are many examples of this, and that imperialism is going around the world in degrowing countries.
Our servicemen do not want to fight. On the aircraft carriers that they have parked outside of Iran, you have thousands of American servicemen intentionally clogging the toilets and trying to flood the aircraft carrier because they know that the Iranian people are not their enemies.
And the countries that have broken free from that system, like Burkina Faso, where they are creating food sovereignty and economic independence, get demonized as juntas and authoritarian.
Iran is not the enemy, folks. Israel's the enemy. The Zionists are the enemy. Epstein elitists are the enemy.
Their system is more destructive than productive.
I really appreciate the Center for Political Innovation because we are a family. We understand that we have to encourage each other and that to stay on the revolutionary road, we also need to work on personal development.
I don't know if you've ever heard it. He used to talk about the old 1950s television show. It's The Lone Ranger. You know, the Lone Ranger, he wore a mask. He was a white dude. And then he had a Native American sidekick named Tonto. The story goes, the joke of Lenny Bruce is that the Lone Ranger and Tonto were surrounded by a group of Native Americans with their spears ready, pointed out at them. And they were facing the edge of a cliff. There was no escape. And so the Lone Ranger turned to Tonto and said, "Tonto, what are we going to do?" And Tonto said, "What do you mean we, white man?" Well, you think about that joke, I think that's what's ahead for the U.S. ruling class. Because they're looking at China rising up, and they're looking at Russia rising up, and they're looking at Venezuela and Iran, and they're turning to the American working class, and they're saying, "American working class." And I think Joe Biden's saying, "American working class, what are we going to do?" And the American working class is saying, "What do you mean we, Joe Biden? What do you mean we?"
An author of a brand new book called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. And when I first started flipping through this book, what struck me wasn't necessarily that I agreed with everything in it. In fact, there's plenty of things here that I think people are going to want to challenge. But what I found interesting is that Caleb is trying to answer some really big questions that a lot of us have been wrestling with lately. And what makes the book interesting is that it's not just a collection of Caleb's thoughts on world events. Much of it is drawn from his own experiences over the years, covering international politics, organizing anti-war movements, traveling abroad, questioning U.S. government officials, speaking in countries like Iran, interacting with world leaders, including Vladimir Putin, and even having one of his articles republished in North Korea's state newspaper. Through those experiences, Caleb explores some of the biggest geopolitical questions of our time, from China and Russia to Ukraine, NATO, energy markets, sanctions, and the shifting balance of power in an increasingly multipolar world. And whether you agree with his conclusions or not, he has a very different framework for understanding what's happening in the world right now than what we hear on CNN, Fox News, or most of the mainstream press.
Yeah, that's us. That's us. We're the Center for Political Innovation. So I guess, you know, we're getting towards the end here. It's almost 11:30. We've been going since 6 p.m. And unless it looks like nobody really wants to join, again, that guy is in the chat, you know, info dropping, but he won't come in and talk about it. And he thinks somehow the fact that the symbol of the Roman Empire is in the halls of Congress is proof that America is fascist and communist at the same time, or some crazy. I mean, again, come on and talk. If you know all this information, come on and talk. You know, it's like, this is what conspiracy people do, is they just, it's annoying when people won't come and just talk. I mean, just come and talk. But anyway, so I'm going to start wrapping this up. I will give one last chance if anyone wants to come in. And again, we get 2 more super chats. We'll play the song. If not, we can play it on a future stream. But yeah, one last chance. But I'm going to start wrapping this up. And I wanted to say that this afternoon, when I was preparing to do this stream, I was feeling good. And why was I feeling good? Because it was movement time. And one of the happiest feelings I've had in my life has been when you have a date coming up and you believe in anti-imperialism and you're building and you're organizing for that date. And you have a group of people who believe in the same cause and you all are pulling together to build. It is one of the most beautiful, beautiful feelings. And I woke up today and we had our planning meeting a little bit earlier in the afternoon. And then I went out and I thought about today's stream and I felt good. I really, really felt good. Now, they threw us a curveball and I had to go on the air right when this stream is supposed to start. And I had to pause the stream to get on the air. But that's okay. These things happen. But then to see our members on here and the way that they talk, and I mean, just to have somebody shoot us $1,000, a huge $1,000 contribution right at the beginning of the stream. I did not see that coming. That was amazing. And to just have the number of people come on that we had, this has been amazing. And this is what brings me happiness. And a lot of people have said to me, why don't you just be a reporter, Caleb? You got a good job as a reporter. Just be a reporter and stop this. No, I believe in organizing. And it is through organizing and being in an anti-imperialist organization that I have connected with other people and that I have really felt love and truth and connection in my life. And that's why I am committed to this. And I'm really excited about everything that we've got coming up. And there is a lot of things I could tell you about, and I probably will tell you about them on future streams. Actually, I made a list of things I was going to talk about tonight, and between getting called and having to go on the air and do my job in the middle of the stream and everything that happened, there was a lot of things I meant to say tonight I didn't get to, and that's okay. We had so many of our members come on and say so many nice things about CPI and really talk about what it meant to them. And you know, one thing that we have done so well is we've avoided the negative energy that comes from both the left and the right. And on the right, there's a lot of picking on people, a lot of degrading people, a lot of punching down. On the left, there's a lot of resentment and rage and tearing people down. We're all about building people up at CPI. And if you watch this stream and you listen to our members talk, that's what we're all about. We're all about building people up. We are all about building people up and helping people find their strengths. If you look at how Noah has developed, you look at how Dan and the LA team has developed, you look at how Penny has developed, you look at our different members who came on and talked. We are an organization that's about helping people find their strengths, helping people go out and organize, helping people do great anti-imperialist work, helping everyone make a great contribution to the struggle against imperialism. And that is what we are all about. And it's very, very exciting. And this has been a great day. This really has been. and to spend, 5.5 hours with all of you talking about our vision, to have people come through and send in contributions, like the great contribution that came in from Megan, and Arlene has sent a contribution. Again, everyone who sent us more than $50, I'm sending you this book. Mike has got the chat bot, and we have got some exciting work ahead of us. We've still got the whole month of July to build for the convention, and we've got a lot ahead of us. Our members are, going to be organizing, and we've got a plan next week for our captains. Our captains are going to be making a lot of phone calls, and a lot is happening. And I think about everything that our members have done, and all that our organization has been through, and how John joined us, right after we had our event with the raid on the Uhuru organization, and how we were attacked, and how we've reformed, and how we hosted Scott Ritter, and how we have just done so much as an organization. So seriously consider becoming a member. 4 people joined just this week, by the way. My jaw dropped. I logged in yesterday, and there were 4 new members in 4 different parts of the country. It was really, really great. So, we're doing great things, and we've got big, big plans. And I thanked everyone who's been with us. This has been a fun afternoon. So thank you, everyone who came on. Thank you to everyone who donated and asked questions. And we're going to keep marching ahead. So dare to struggle, dare to win. And I think this is the conclusion for tonight. So thank you, everybody, and my best wishes to everybody. We'll be back. I will probably stream later this week. So, if not tomorrow, it'll be the next day. So dare to struggle, dare to win. Let's go out and organize and build. Thank you, everybody. Our organization and our community is very, very special. If you'd like to join CPI, just go ahead and join on the website. We've got a big workshop coming up, and we're going to be learning the art of outreach, interventions, and recruiting. And we've got a big plan heading to the fall, but we need to have a good, successful workshop this summer to make it all happen. So think about joining CPI. Let's get involved. Thanks, everybody, and have a good night. Have a good night.